yang dapat diakses melalui alat interpretasi yang disediakan. Silakan untuk melakukan registrasi pada booth yang disediakan.
proceed to Balai Agung. You may rise.
Yang Mulia Ketua Mahkamah Agung Republik Indonesia, Yang Mulia Ketua Mahkamah Agung Republik Singapura, dan para pimpinan memasuki gedung Balai Agung Pengadilan Tinggi Denpasar.
You may be seated.
Hadirin silakan duduk kembali.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. Welcome to High Court of Denpasar, Bali. It is an absolute pleasure to be your Master of Ceremonies once again today. I hope everyone had a restful evening and a pleasant journey from your hotels this morning. Following our magnificent opening ceremony last night, my name is Justice.
My name is Mirza.
Saya Kade Ayu, merupakan suatu kehormatan bagi kami bertiga untuk bertemu dengan Bapak Ibu sekalian. Semoga Bapak Ibu dalam keadaan sehat untuk mengikuti kegiatan pada hari ini.
Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the beginning our intensive workshop sessions. Over the course of the day, we will deep dive into meaningful discussion, meticulously designed to explore and enhance judicial well-being.
To officiate our very first workshop session this morning, it is my distinct privilege to invite to the stage the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the Republic of Singapore, the Honorable Sundares Menon, to deliver his keynote speech. Please warm welcome to Honorable Chief Justice Sundares Menon.
to judges. Pardon. Can I just check that you heard everything I've said so far? Yes, all right. I was just saying that as early as 2017, the Supreme Court of Singapore invited the Judicial College of Victoria to conduct a judicial wellness program for our judges. The program was well received, and it prompted discussions on extending similar initiatives to judges throughout the judiciary. Since then, the Singapore Judicial College and the Judiciary's Human Resources Department have worked closely to design and implement a range of wellness programs. The appeal of such programs should not come as a surprise. Many of us here today are judges and experts, and we understand all too well the stresses that are an inevitable part of judicial work. The data across many jurisdictions bear this out, and the evidence, I suggest, is now impossible for us to ignore. Let me give you some highlights. In a comprehensive report that was prepared by the Corruption and Economic Crime Branch of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, or the UNODC, 92% of respondents, comprising more than 758 judges and members of the judiciary from 102 countries, indicated that judicial work brings stress, sometimes frequently or always. And 76% said that they did not have sufficient time to maintain optimal physical and mental well-being. Judicial stress frequently manifests in physical symptoms. Almost 4/5 of full-time employed judges who responded to the 2024 UK Judicial Attitude Survey reported sleep disturbances, while more than half experienced headaches and irritability. Further, more than a quarter experienced muscle tension, lack of concentration, burnout, an increased sense of isolation, intolerance of others, and altered socializing habits. And in Australia, approximately 3/4 of judicial officers in one study were found to experience some level of burnout risk, and 1/3 reported symptoms similar to post-traumatic stress disorder. Whilst the authors of the Australian study acknowledged that their methodology could not provide clinical PTSD diagnoses, the fact that so significant a proportion reported comparable symptoms is itself deeply disturbing. What accounts for this state of affairs? The causes are multiple and interconnected, forming what might fairly be described as a convergence of pressures that are bearing upon judicial well-being. First, there is the undeniable reality that many jurisdictions are grappling with increasing caseloads. Beyond the sheer volume, the cases themselves have grown more complex. Technological advances have rendered evidence increasingly intricate and technical, often requiring expert testimony simply to establish the underlying facts. The proliferation of electronic evidence has led to an exponential increase in the volume of material that judges must review and analyze. Consequently, judges are not just hearing more cases, they are confronting cases of unprecedented complexity that demands more time, attention, and cognitive effort for each matter. It should therefore not come as a surprise that in the UNODC report, heavy workload and suboptimal availability of resources were found to be the most frequent contributing factors to stress, sadness, and anxiety. And in the UK Judicial Attitude Survey, lack of personal time due to judicial workload and difficulties in maintaining a reasonable work-life balance were among the most frequently cited stressors. Second, many judges suffer vicarious trauma. The nature of our work inevitably requires us to confront distressing evidence, often in exhaustive detail. As fact finders, we scrutinize, analyze, and absorb traumatic material involving serious criminal offenses and family violence with a level of attention that few other roles require. Not surprisingly, in the UK Judicial Attitude Survey, 1/3 of employed judges cited the nature of the evidence that they were required to deal with as a factor that contributed significantly to stress. Advances in technology have actually compounded this exposure. Judges are now confronted with trauma in unprecedented clarity and volume. Violence and depraved acts are increasingly captured on smartphones and CCTV footage, presented in vivid, unfiltered detail that leaves little to the imagination. One stark example is child sexual abuse material to which judges hearing such cases are inevitably exposed. The horrors confronted by judges in the course of their work were poignantly described by the Chief Magistrate of the New South Wales District Courts, who wrote of seeing the pale death of innocence and trust in the eyes of many children. These are images and experiences that no human being should have to confront. Yet some judges must do so repeatedly and in meticulous detail as part of their work. And third, there is the matter of heightened public scrutiny, not only by appellate courts, but increasingly through academic commentary, media reporting, and even discourse on social media. Let me be clear, public scrutiny is not inherently objectionable. Indeed, it is essential that justice be administered openly and transparently. What is troubling, however, is the growing tendency to sensationalize legal proceedings through half-truths and at times outright falsehoods, distortions that are then amplified by tabloid media and with increasing frequency by social media platforms. The consequences are not trivial. Judges have been subjected to unfair vilification over decisions that are misreported, misrepresented, or misunderstood. In the United Kingdom, judges were notoriously branded enemies of the people by a tabloid newspaper following a ruling that concerned Brexit. And in Singapore, my colleague Justice See Ki-yoon received threats on social media from a user who wrote about torturing judges and having them pay the ultimate price, following his dismissal of a constitutional challenge. Such rhetoric not only places individual judges under intense and personal attack, it also creates an atmosphere of intimidation that may extend beyond the courtroom. This pressure is compounded by the convention that judges do not respond publicly to defend themselves, and this leaves them largely unable to correct distortions that are directed at them. And finally, all of these factors that I have described must be seen against the fact that judges, particularly in systems where tenure is the norm, often serve for decades. The psychological toll of their experience may therefore accumulate over the course of long judicial careers. These pressures carry consequences, both personal and systemic, that render judicial well-being a matter of legitimate and, I dare say, urgent public interest. Let me begin with the personal dimension. The preamble to the Nauru Declaration on Judicial Wellbeing rightly recognizes that the judiciary is made of human beings, individual and independent persons appointed to judicial office. Therefore, the judiciary is fundamentally a human system dependent upon the collective human capacities and faculties of individual judges. That statement from the Nauru Declaration is a clear reminder that we must resist seeing statistics on judicial wellness as mere abstractions. Behind each data point is a judge, a human being. We're reminded of this humanity through personal accounts. In 2019, Justice Clement Gascon of the Supreme Court of Canada publicly acknowledged that he had lived with depression and anxiety for more than 2 decades. Justice Michelle Hollins of the Alberta Court of King's Bench recounted her own mental health crisis in a chapter aptly titled, "What is Happening to Me?" In the most tragic cases, judges have even taken their own lives. The Chief Magistrate of the Magistrates Court in Victoria acknowledged the need to focus on judicial well-being after 2 magistrates took their lives within the span of a few months. These accounts reveal the profound human cost of judicial stress and compel us to recognize that safeguarding judicial well-being is a fundamental responsibility we owe to those who dedicate their lives to upholding justice. But the consequences extend beyond individual suffering. The quality of justice itself is at stake. The UNODC report found that 68% of respondents believed that a lack of well-being compromised the quality of their judicial decisions. The most frequently cited concern was that excessive workloads combined with insufficient opportunities for rest impaired the ability of judges to process information and evidence efficiently. The report also highlights that when judgments are delayed or poorly reasoned, litigants are disadvantaged because justice is deferred and the institutional credibility of the courts is compromised. Judicial stress can also impact the conduct of judges on the bench. The UNODC report observed that suboptimal well-being can result in diminished empathy and indifference to the rights of the parties appearing before them. The Judicial Bullying Guideline of the Judicial Commission of Victoria similarly recognizes that work pressure and the stress of the court environment may contribute to judicial bullying. Judicial bullying and discourtesy have serious implications for public confidence. Much of our work is conducted in open court, observed by litigants, lawyers, journalists, and members of the public. The sight of a judge behaving discourteously sits uneasily with the public expectation that judges should be objective, impartial, and measured. Over time, such conduct can undermine the moral authority of the institution itself. And finally, there is the challenge of retention. The UK Judicial Attitude Survey found that 39% of employed judges were considering leaving the judiciary before compulsory retirement within the next 5 years. This is up from 31% in 2014. And the factor most likely to prompt early retirement was increased workload, cited by 70% of respondents, followed by additional out-of-office demands and stressful working conditions. This presents a serious challenge for the administration of justice. A reduction in headcount increases delays and diminishes the capacity of the institution to discharge its role in the administration of justice. It also results in the loss of accumulated experience and wisdom, thereby affecting the overall quality of justice. And an inevitable consequence is that, at least for a time, the remaining judges end up having to shoulder heavier burdens, which in turn perpetuates a vicious cycle of stress and attrition. Over time, this may also deter prospective applicants from seeking judicial appointment, further compounding the problem. The consequences of inaction are therefore clear and, I suggest, profound, both individually for the judges affected, as well as systemically for the sake of the broader system for the administration of justice. Today, we take an important step forward just by recognizing this challenge together and acknowledging that it requires our collective action. Judicial well-being is not a reflection of individual frailty. It is a collective responsibility that we share as members of the judiciary and as leaders of our judicial institutions. Gatherings such as this, therefore, matter profoundly, not only as opportunities for professional development, but also as occasions for mutual support and solidarity. As Dr. Kali Shriver has observed, the number and quality of trusting relationships a judge has with colleagues is the strongest predictor of judicial well-being. Creating the space for judges to speak openly with one another about the challenges that we each face helps to mitigate that stress by reminding each of us that we do not carry these burdens alone. I hope that over the next 2 days, we will learn from one another's experiences, share best practices from our respective jurisdictions, and begin to chart a path forward as to how we will address this challenge. The well-being of judges is not a luxury or an afterthought. It is essential to the proper administration of justice and to the sustainability of our justice systems. Before I end, let me thank our Indonesian colleagues, as well as the UNODC, and all those involved in planning this program and for conceiving and organizing it. The achievement is all the more impressive when one recalls that the idea of a judicial wellness program for ASEAN judges was raised only a few months ago at the 12th meeting of the Council of ASEAN Chief Justices that was held in Singapore in November. That we are gathered here today, scarcely 4 months later, is a testament to the energy, efficiency, and steadfast commitment of all those involved. And let me also close by expressing our deepest gratitude to our hosts from Indonesia and from Bali. Thank you for being here, and I look forward to our discussions.
Thank you very much, Your Honorable Chief Justices. We respectfully request you to remain on stage and kindly to take a seat in the designated panel area.
Excellencies, our distinguished delegation and guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to our highlight of the morning, high-level plenary session 1, judicial well-being as an institutional responsibility.
Yes, and to complete our distinguished panel, alongside the Honorable Sendaris Menon, it's my great privilege to invite our moderator to the stage. Please welcome Prof. Susi Dwi Haryanti from Pajajaran University.
I would like also to invite our speakers, the Honorable Justice Samsul Ma'arif from Supreme Court of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Arnold Shelton from Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, and Ms. Mary Peggy Koshwa from UNODC.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I will now give the time for Prof. Haryanti to chair the session.
Good morning, everyone. The Chief Justice Sonato, and the Honorable Chief Justice Sundaris Menon, the Honorable judges from over the world, in particular from the Southeast Asia region, and the distinguished speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We just heard about what is the importance of judicial well-being that presented by the Honorable Chief Justice Sundaris Menon. And we also understand that judicial well-being is considered an institutional responsibility because it is fundamental linked to the integrity, independence, and effectiveness of the justice system, rather than being just a personal issue for individual judges. As a human system, judiciary rely on the physical, mental, and emotional health of judges to deliver quality justice and maintain public confidence. This is why judicial well-being matters as an institutional responsibility and based on recent global initiative, for instance, the Nauru Declaration 2024 and the UN proclaimed International Day for Judicial Well-being on July 2025. And now, with us, we already have three prominent speakers that will discuss about why the judicial well-being matters and why it should become an institutional responsibility rather than being the personal issue. First of all, and I'd like to introduce one of the prominent speaker, and I think that all of us has already known. The first one is Mr. and Honorable Judge of Samsul Arifin. Samsul Ma'arif, yeah. Okay. And he is a chairman of the Development Chamber, Supreme Court of the Republic of Indonesia. And he began his career actually as a lecturer. We had the same profession at the University of Brawijaya in 1984, and later became advocate in Jakarta, as well as consultant for the World Bank Group. In 2000, Justice Samsul Ma'arif was appointed as Commissioner of Indonesia Business Supervisory Competition Commission, and he was also appointed to the Supreme Court bench in 2008 and served as a member of Civil Chamber. And on August 2024, he was appointed by the Chief Justice as the chair of the Development Chamber of the Supreme Court. And the next speaker is Ms. Marie Shosha, Head of Office and Regional Anti-Corruption Advisor, United Nations, Office on Drug and Crime. And she works on strengthening criminal justice system, promoting the rule of law, and supporting effort to combat corruption and transnational crime. And the next speaker, Mr. Arno, Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. And he joined the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Southeast Asia Regional Office in 2020 to work for the treaty bodies capacity building program and as focal point on technical cooperation with the government of Indonesia. So our discussion, the method of discussion is rather the interactive discussion, not a formal presentation. And for the first event or occasion, I would invite the Honorable Justice Samsul Ma'arif. He will explain, not explain, but try to respond to the question dealing with the judicial well-being and integrity as institutional responsibility. We have for approximately 90 minutes discussion, including perhaps from participant from the floor. There's also a question that should be answered of the speaker. Okay, the Honorable Justice Samsul Ma'arif, what do you think about how does judicial stress and burnout affect judicial integrity and the quality of judicial decision making? So because at least you have several questions that dealing with the judicial well-being and integrity as institutional responsibility. And perhaps you can also explain why should judicial well-being be treated as institutional responsibility rather than solely an individual matter. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. Before talking about the judicial well-being, we should talk about a bit between the relationship between the judicial stress and of course the judicial well-being. Can I have the slide number 9, please? In line with what mentioned by Chief Justice Menon, the stress has been clinically proven to increase blood pressure. So the question is, what is the relationship between the stress and of course the decision making? First one is that it's proven that stress increase blood pressures, and which can mean that the impact of decreasing the function of cognitive memory, and of course has the impact of to the quality of decision making. When we are talking about the judicial well-being, I should share with you about the interesting data. Let me go to slide number 7, please. There is a research conducted by Mirza, and the researcher is actually here. And yesterday I asked, you actually the one who should talk about it. And he said, no, I'm too young, sir. So I just want to share with you the finding, a research study conducted by Mirza. The level of well-being in Indonesia, judicial well-being in Indonesia is considered high, 8.27%, so it's very high. And the other factor is actually, we're talking about the meaningful work. These two variables has a relationship because if you feel, meaningful for your environment, then it will give a good effect to the well-being of the justice. So when we refer to the study conducted by the persons, it shows that there is a positive relationship between well-being and which means that the increase of meaningful work will be an increase in the well-being of judge. In terms, if their meaningful work decrease, then their well-being will be decreased. Informally, I talked to some judges and said, even when we are talking, well-being is not necessarily the welfare of the judge. Well-being is, to me, well-being is more happiness. Something feel good by the judge, and it's not necessarily because of the welfare. And some judge says, why then you feel good in your well-being? Because he said, I feel good because people treat me as what they call representative of the God. And because of that, I feel good, and it's not necessarily because of the welfare. Then I should make a good and decision making. So, of course, the meaningful work has a positive relationship to the well-being, and then it will give effect to the productivity and integrity of the judge. I just wanna quote a data from the annual report of the Supreme Court 2025. The productivity ratio for the case resolution by judge reached almost 100%. It's 99.54%. And that relate to the level of the well-being. If the judge well-being is high, then it will give a good and productivity. And when we are talking about the timelines of the case resolutions, it reached almost 99% of the case is done within the time limited, less than 3 months. And when we are talking about the time limit to finish the minutes of the report of the judgment, the data shows it reached 96%, more than 96%. The judgments already sent to the parties. That means that, when the well-being is high, then it will give a positive effect to the productivity of the judge. That's the first issue of the relationship between meaningful work, well-being, and the productivity of the judge.
Okay, thank you, the Honorable Justice Samsul Ma'arif. It is very interesting that you said before that well-being is not solely related to the welfare, but for him, being a good judge, consider that judges in Indonesia, we always say that judge is a representation of God here. So I think that it is very important that well-being does not solely relate to welfare, but the most important point, the most interesting point here, that become a happy judges. Because a happy judges can increase the productivity. That's the justice said for the first question. And now, may I move to another speaker. The next speaker, that's Mr. Arnold. Okay. And you are dealing with the Manila Statement on Judicial Integrity for South in Southeast Asia. And following the Naru Declaration, I think that the Manila Statement is playing a fundamental role in this region on how to increase judicial well-being, because I'm quite believe that in this region, the quality of the decision, the judiciary decision, is fundamental in order to meet with the public expectation. So the Manila Statement will provide a stronger basis for increasing judicial well-being in this region. And the question for you is, what are the main commitments of the Manila Statement regarding strengthening judicial integrity in the region? Time is yours.
Thank you very much. Indeed, as you said, there are many overlap and convergences between the Manila Statement and judicial well-being. The Manila Statement was adopted on the 21st...
Excuse me, could you a bit louder?
Sorry.
Closer.
I think the microphone was off, sorry. So the Manila Statement was adopted on the 21st of November 2025, so a few months ago only, by 21 Chief Justices, Supreme Court Justices, and senior judicial leaders from 9 countries across South and Southeast Asia. The Philippines, Bangladesh, Brunei Darussalam, India, Indonesia, Laos, the Maldives, Mongolia, and Thailand. And its main commitments are structured around 5 pillars. The first one is judicial independence, a commitment to uphold and strengthen constitutional and legal safeguards for independence, including adequate resourcing and financial autonomy, institutional independence, and the protection against threats, interferences, and pressures, direct or indirect. The statement also condemns all kinds of harassment, attacks, interferences against judges, personnel, and the courts in general, as well as the misuse of laws and processes which affect the independence of the judiciary. The second pillar is trust and access to justice. And the idea is to promote a transparent, objective, and fair representative judicial appointments, including for staff, senior appointment, and leadership, and a merit-based career progression through transparent pathways. Recognizing the risk as well for integrity, but also for judicial well-being if these pathways are not followed. The third pillar talks about the emerging threats. The statement acknowledges that judiciaries face increasingly sophisticated and converging threats which can undermine judicial integrity and decision-making, including transnational organized crime, corruption networks, political interference, and cybersecurity risk, as well as physical and online threats for the judges. It specifically recalls that publicly slandering and vilifying judges for decisions and rulings considered unfavorable, publishing information about them online, and inciting attacks against them can be an attack on the independence of the judiciary, especially when it comes from individuals in public office or when it constitutes harassment. There is also a commitment under this pillar to defend against personal, political, and institutional pressures, safeguarding judges from criminal and corruption networks, mitigating digital and cybersecurity threats, and promote institutional resilience, including by promoting mental health and well-being. The fourth pillar is on digital transformation, to advance the digital transformation of court systems, including e-filing, digital case management, and speech-to-text, when appropriate and in compliance with human rights law, balancing the benefits of technology with the safeguards on judicial discretion, due process, public trust, confidentiality, and data privacy. And the final pillar is open justice. The statement commits to enhancing public access to judicial information, proceedings, and the outcome of judicial decision making. It also commits to fostering institutional engagement with the media and the public to build their understanding of the judicial process and to uphold measures to balance transparency with the protection of sensitive data. So I do believe that this statement creates many bridges and many overlaps with the judicial well-being.
Okay, thank you. So this, again, we believe that within the Manila statement, we hope that in the future, the quality of judicial integrity as well as judicial being in the Southeast Asia and the South Asia will increase significantly. Thank you, Mr. Arnold. And now we move to Ms. Marie, because you will discuss about the Naru Declaration and judicial well-being. And actually, what is the motivation? What is the strong motivation behind the adoption of the Nauru Declaration on judicial well-being?
Thanks a lot, and thanks for the question. And before I start, I'd like to acknowledge the Honorable Chief Justice Judge Sundaresh Menon, Chief Justice of the Republic of Singapore and Chairman of the Council of Asian Chief Justices, Honorable Judge Sunato, Chief Justice of the Republic of Indonesia, Honorable Judge Alfonso Carmona, Chief Justice of the Tribunal of the Recurso of the Republic Democratic of Timor-Leste, Honorable Judge Bambang Heri Milino, the head of the Court of Denpasar, the host of the event. Your Honours, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and also I'd like to thank the moderator. So I'm honored to join my co-panelists and to be discussing about Naru. And I think perhaps before I explain what is the Naru Declaration, and we've heard about it before, I just wanted to give a bit of explanation of what is Naru. And Naru is a very small island. When I say small, it's small. We have 10,000 inhabitants, and in 45 minutes you've done the tour of the island. So it's a very small, and I think it's really also key to show why this Naru Declaration is so key. It started by recognition by the President of the Court of Appeal of Nauru and with colleagues from the region that the challenges that he's facing or he's been facing in different places as a highly isolated judge might actually be a challenge that is faced by lots of judges around the world. And we've heard mounting pressure on judiciary worldwide. There's immense stress, heavy caseloads, and also increasing public scrutiny. And UNDC reported that judges around the world are experiencing unprecedented pressure. And you've heard about it before by the Chief Justice of the Republic of Singapore. UNDC conducted a survey in 2021, just during COVID actually. And 76% of the judges that responded indicated that they feel they lack time for optimal well-being. They also say 69% of them indicated that it remains a taboo topic. And I think really what led also to this Naru Declaration, 97% of the judges indicated that there should be more prominence given to promoting judicial well-being. So it started with specific realities facing the Pacific, but also largely that were shared by other jurisdictions. There are judges in the Pacific work in small resource-limited jurisdiction, and the caseloads are high, and isolation is common. So in 2024, we convened in Nauru, and we looked at all those issues at the forefront. There were a drafting committee before with 20 judges from all over the world, Caribbean, Ukraine, UK, PNG, Portugal, Nigeria, Tuvalu, Singapore, Canada, Kiribati, of course Nauru as well. And we looked at how to integrate the fact that judicial well-being is a core of the architecture and is a core to achieve judicial integrity. So the declaration builds actually on Article 11 of the UN Convention Against Corruption, which emphasizes strengthening judicial integrity and preventing corruption. And the declaration directly links to well-being, to independence, impartiality, integrity, and diligence, core Bangalore principles. It also reflects a global trend, and we've heard about it. judicial well-being is not longer a personal issue. It's actually an institutional matter that is tied to effective justice delivery. So this initiative was spearheaded by Justice Rangajiva Wimalasena from Naru, who was then in Naru, who is now in PNG, and originally from Sri Lanka. And we supported from the Pacific Office, but also from the Global Judicial Integrity Network, and from our colleagues in Vienna. And 20 judges, leaders from diverse jurisdictions met together. And we had the assistance from Dr. Carly Schrever that we will be hearing, that will be presenting during the conference as well. And she provided empirical research insight, drawing from Australian studies that we've heard about before, and that significantly shaped the 7 principles of the declaration. And as we've heard, the global momentum was further affirmed on the 4th of March 2025, when United Nations General Assembly adopted the resolution officially designating 25th of July as the International Day for Judicial Wellbeing. And this was a landmark recognition, directly linking the Naru Declaration and signaling the international community the commitment to elevate judicial well-being as a core justice priority. So the idea of, and what motivated really the Naru Declaration, it was to destigmatize judicial stress. The declaration states the judiciary is made of human beings and its effectiveness depends on the collective human capacity of judges. So it breaks the myth that judges must be endlessly resilient and unaffected by trauma or high pressure decision. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. And now I'd like to move to Chief Justice Melon, because when I heard your explanation about the causes here, I make some note. The causes of you mentioned before the causes of judicial stress, such as increasing judicial workloads, then vicarious trauma, heightened scrutiny, and long careers. I'd like to, perhaps this sensitive for Indonesia in particular, do you think that the selection process that involving the political body could be also considered as a causes of judicial stress or traumatic vicarious trauma?
Sorry, say the selection. It's just to understand what you mean.
Yeah, the selection of judges.
Yeah.
In particular, the selection of Supreme Court judges in Indonesia, that's involving the political body. That is what we call the House of Representatives. And I'd like to ask your opinion. To what extent the selection process, in particular dealing with the Supreme Court judges that involving political body, can also become a cause of judicial stress or vicarious trauma and whatever, or even the heightened scrutiny?
I think that the involvement of the political branches in the selection of judges is not in and of itself objectionable. I don't think it is. I think it's part of a democratic process, and in a functioning democracy, it's not unusual in my view that the political branches weigh in on the selection of judges, as long as there is respect for the independence of judges and tenure and security for judges to do their work properly after they're appointed. In a sense, in a democratic organization, you want the people to have their say, and that say is secured through the voices of their representatives. So I don't think it's the involvement of the political branches in the appointments that per se is the problem. The problem comes about in how that process is carried out. And I'm not familiar or have no reason to think that it's carried out in a particularly objectionable way in Indonesia. I don't know, and I don't think so. But all of us have come across across the way confirmation battles for appointments to the US Supreme Court, for instance, have been played out on the media, and how it has become very, very acrimonious. And the reason why that has happened is because appointments to the US Supreme Court are seen, in a sense, as a question of a political victory. And in those circumstances, I think it can be extremely stressful for the individual concerned. I think both for the judge, the prospective judge, as well as for people who come forward to give evidence. I think if you think back to the confirmation hearing of Robert Borg, or more recently, some of the more recent appointments to the US Supreme Court, including Justice Kavanaugh, the way that panned out, it became intensely divisive and personal. And I think that can add a lot of stress to the individual. And that has a consequence because some people will say, I don't want to put myself forward for this because I don't want to expose myself to that kind of pain, which is bad for the institution because you are unable to draw a good pipeline of talent. But the focus of my remarks has been on the need and the importance of tackling the subject of judicial stress and well-being for those who have gone past the appointment stage and are already appointed. And I think that the factors that I mentioned that you very kindly, Professor, highlighted, things like caseloads, complexification and complexity of the work that we're doing, lack of support sometimes in terms of resources, those factors have a real bearing on how well judges function. And I agree with Justice Shamsul Marif that I think that the biggest draw factor that a judicial career has is the sense of judicial mission. I've been a private lawyer and I've been a judge, and I know for a fact that the job satisfaction you get from being a judge, can you hear me at the back? Yeah. The job satisfaction that you get from being a judge is incomparable because you're involved in a mission to do right. Every day you get up in the morning and you go to work, and the only thing you have to do is to try to do the right thing. There are not many jobs that offer you that. You don't have to serve any partisan interests. You're just out there to try to do the right thing. So I agree with Justice Shamsul Marif when he says that the mission and the sense of the purpose that is incorporated within the judicial career is one of the best things that safeguards well-being. But my point is the daily grind of having to deal with an incessant number of cases, the daily grind of having to deal with very painful subject matter. If we don't tackle those things, if we don't address those things, then you're going to find that people get to a level where they're not performing at their best. And the nature of the decisions that judges make, the ability to incarcerate people, deprive them of their liberties, separate parents from children in family proceedings, the nature of those responsibilities are such that society has a real interest in making sure that the people we entrust with the judicial role are in the best possible state when they make those decisions, that they're not making those decisions under the suboptimal conditions that will definitely creep in if we don't address the subject of judicial well-being.
Okay, thank you. You can give an applause for all the answer of the speaker. And before I move to, I'd like to explore to Ms. Marie but before that, I will go back to Judges Shamsul Marif. During your experience as a Supreme Court judges, what do you think the most important factor that can be a strong influence on the increasing quality of judicial well-being in Indonesia in particular. Because later Justice Menon mentioned about the different role played by those who previously career as a lawyer, then moved to become a judge, because that's the different profession with the different expectation. For instance, from the point of view of the people, we want to have a judicial hero that brave enough to make a good quality decision in upholding human rights, in upholding the rule of law. But in doing so, we have to have a good judges. And you mentioned before about the good judges. And now, during your career in the Supreme Court, as a Supreme Court judges, what do you think? What is the most important factor that can influence the increasing quality of judicial well-being in Indonesia?
Wow, this is the most difficult question I have. You know, as far as my knowledge and also as far as my experience, there are a lot of factors that we call a stress factor for the judge. Can be from skill of the judge, can be from the mission of the judge, but can be from non-legal matter. I mean, if you have a political, vision, they might bring you in a difficult situation to make a neutral judgment. Well, the stronger factor that I do have is the mission. I'm talking about the missions you trusted as by the people to be a judge, and don't make them, disappointed. And the good things so far done by Chief Justice Sunarto is, every at 10 in the morning, his voice heard and heard again throughout Indonesia, and he said, your job is not merely to fulfill the seeker justice, but also to serve the God. And if you do your task as part of the serving the God, then you will feel good. You will feel good. Of course, we cannot close, that being a justice has a lot of a stakeholder, waiting your judgment. And if the stakeholder is the politician, then sometimes you also consider the impact of your judgment to the political aspect, But when your mission is confirmed that it's not only doing to fulfill the seeker justice demand, but also as a part of serving the God, you'll be, in a good position of being well. That's my personal experience. Yeah. I hope this is answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you. It's really, for me, it's a very good answer. The most important thing is the mission. This is, according to the 1945 Constitution, Indonesian Constitution, the Indonesian judiciary should uphold law and justice. And I think that's because of that, that's a very strong constitutional mission that should carried out by every judges in Indonesia. Okay. And now I move to Ms. Murray before the Arnold. You said before that in line with the Naru declaration, And one of the principles here that I read from the declaration is shared responsibility. Promoting judicial well-being is a collective responsibility. Individual judges, court system, and judicial institution must all take action. However, we know that in every country, judiciary is the most weakest branch of power. So, I'd like to ask your opinion about this shared responsibility. Do you think that shared responsibility should also be read as not only the responsibility played by the judiciary itself, but also shared responsibility with other branches, for instance, the executive branches as well as the legislative branches?
Thank you very much. And I think to answer your question, I might not go directly into the answer, but I think I would like to share the core principle of the declaration, because they do reflect this question and they are the core of the answer. And one of the wording that started the declaration, the drafting of the declaration, I think really helped us to see where we were going and how to do it. I will use the word of Justice Sykes of Jamaica, who said that the most important asset for a court is a healthy judge. And the declaration is taking into account the role of everybody. So the role of judiciary, but also the role of the government, of the other branch of the government, to support the judiciary and to have this equal branch of powers. And so the fundamental principle, the seventh fundamental principle that the declaration is taking is that judicial well-being is essential and must be supported. That is not a weakness and it must not be stigmatized. And I will go back to the third one because I think it's really core to the answer. Well-being is fostered by an ethical and inclusive judicial culture. And the fifth one is addressing well-being that requires prevention and the management of activity. The sixth one, initiative must reflect local context and national condition. The seventh one is judicial well-being is enhanced by human rights. And the third one, to go back to the question, responsibility for well-being lies both with individual judges and judicial institutions, and largely also with other institutions as well. So the declaration framed the fact that well-being is a duty for judicial institutions, is a duty for all the institutions involved to support the well-being of judges. It's not about judges managing it alone. And I think having this discussion today and having more and more of this discussion, it's really reflecting that. For a number of years, judges were managing it or not managing it alone. And this is moving into how the system in the judiciary, but also system largely can support the judges in the work. And it's key for integrity, but it's also key for the general well-being of or the general good functioning of an administration. And that's the key about maintaining independence and impartiality, which are the backbone of the Bangalore principle. So by using this human-centered approach and describing the judiciary as a human system, this declaration and the discussion that we've heard are highlighting the health of judges determine the health of justice, and the health of justice is a key principle for democracy. And so we are here moving from purely a procedural reforms to understanding the people behind the rule. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. Because why I raise this question, because as you know that currently some of the country face a very difficult problem dealing with the finance, for example. So perhaps some government make an efficiency of policy, and perhaps to some extent it will give an effect to the judiciary mandate. And now I move to Mr. Arno. what the implication does the statement have for judicial governance and training program in ASEAN? Because as far as I know, that you know that the stages, you know, or the culture of judges within this region is quite different, and how the Manila statement then can bring the sound of training that can carried out by the judges in this region. What is the implication, yeah, of the statement? Yeah.
Thank you very much. And it's a very interesting question. I think regarding judicial governance and training, the Manila Statement carries direct and quite far-reaching implications. It touches upon key issues, such as judicial appointments and selection, acknowledging there's a risk of capture of the judiciary when laws or practice increase the direct role of the executive or legislative branch in judicial appointments, as was discussed before, including through the politicized creation of new judicial vacancies or by removing existing judges, when this is not done following a transparent process. And the statement promotes a transparent, merit-based appointment process to safeguard the selection processes from improper motives. Another entry point, I think, for judicial governance and training is the security for the judges, safety and security. So judicial resources and security arrangements have been changed in certain cases to attempt to influence the behavior of judges or prosecutors in specific cases and to try to get an outcome in a judgment. And that has included the withdrawal of security protection from individual judges, hearing high-profile or politically sensitive cases, and efforts to also reduce the overall resources available to the judiciary. We understand that there can be budget cuts across the board, but in certain cases, these can be very targeted and used as a weapon to seek to influence the judiciary, as well as rhetorical attacks on the judges, as was mentioned before as well. This is frequent and can be far-reaching for the institution, but also
and the statement here stresses the importance of providing
a normative to resist
such passion. Another element?
Another entry point would be disciplinary processes. Governments have, in various countries, sought to instrumentalize existing disciplinary processes to discourage or punish challenges to state authorities by the judicial, with disciplinary sanctions including the suspension or removal to undermine democratic values, really, and the separation of powers. And the statement promotes a strong integrity, the adoption of strong integrity frameworks, including recusal rules and codes of conduct, intended to depoliticize these processes. Another element that was discussed a bit yesterday during the opening is gender representation. Empirical research shows that efforts to change the process for appointments to courts can have a concrete impact on improving women's representation in the judiciary. And the statement's commitment to a representative and fair appointment process carries direct implications for judicial diversity governance. Another element is, if I still have to, is AI. So artificial intelligence can help the judiciary, and the statement stresses the importance to develop judicial guidance on the use of technology and AI that aligns with the principle of judicial independence, accountability and fairness in a manner which maintains accuracy, confidentiality and data privacy and respects the rule of law. But this can also be a great help, on the other hand, for the judicial system. Social media and digital conduct. It was mentioned this morning how the attack can be devastating and how difficult, how judges don't themselves access to social media to defend themselves, putting them in a very awkward situation. And so the statement calls for clear guidelines and policies to address challenges linked to the use of social media, including the use of the institution's social media, for example. It also calls, and this is what we are doing today, on regional knowledge sharing, and the statement commits to facilitating regional knowledge experience sharing, and it also mentions well-being and resilience. To promote institutional resilience includes promoting mental health and well-being of the judiciary, an area that has been historically absent from judicial trainings and other frameworks. And to conclude this answer, I just wanted to say that this is quite a new statement, and the next steps are coming soon. It was mentioned yesterday by Eric Abili during the opening that on the 7th and 8th of May 2026, the Supreme Court of the Philippines with UNODC and OHCHR will organize in Manila a workshop on judicial security and resilience, implementing the Manila Statements on Judicial Integrity for South and Southeast Asia. So there will be more precise answers regarding how to use these entry points.
Recording in progress.
And how to go further in having an integrated training in the region and better entry point for judicial governance.
Okay, thank you. And I believe that this is also in line with the Nauru Declaration that one of the principles, one of the important principle is the adaptability to local context. So I think it is important using the Manila Statement for governing and conducting training to deal with this local, the local context before. So that's why I raised the issue of to what extent that the culture that have exists in this area will give important influence to the judicial well-being quality. And now I like to move again to Chief Justice, because you have a very long experience as a justice, and I believe that your experience will enrich your leadership. And now, do you think that leadership is one of the most important factors that should be considered in order to increase the quality of judicial well-being? So that's the first question about the quality of leadership. And then the next issue that I'd like also to ask your opinion about, what do you think about the importance of the judicial dialogue in this region in order, again, to improve judicial well-being? Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Let me take the first question first. I think leadership is absolutely critical to advancing the mission of judicial well-being, because I think that leaders have the ability to create norms, they have the ability to shape the culture of the institutions that they lead. And I think that a Chief Justice or a leader of a judiciary that signals what that person values, what that person considers as important or acceptable, that plays a very significant role in creating the culture and the norms for the institution. So I can give you a couple of examples just to illustrate the point. I think that by normalizing conversations about judicial stress, you take away the stigma of a judge feeling that, oh, I must be a poor judge because I'm feeling challenged or pressured by my work. And that's part of the tragedy of judicial stress, because the worst thing that happens is when you're feeling the pressure, you suppress it and don't bring it out and talk about it because you're afraid that others are going to look down on you or assess you as being a poor judge or an unsuccessful judge. And for sure, I think this has a very real impact. Going back to your earlier question about how it shapes the culture, I think the ability to talk about it is a very significant factor. My own experience, when I came to office as Chief Justice in 2012, I think I very much had this mindset that judges were meant to be unemotional and detached and sort of unaffected by what was going on. But in 2014, when the Chief Justice of Victoria, who had had some of the problems that I talked about in my speech, like judges suffering from mental illness or having suicidal ideations, when she spoke about it for the first time, she spoke at a lecture and she said, "This is an unmentionable subject. Let me put it out there." I was deeply struck that actually every single individual is unique and every single individual responds to the challenges differently. And that was what led to my interest and commitment to advancing this project within my court. And by normalizing these conversations, I'll share with you a story. One of the first things that happened at the workshop that the Judicial College of Victoria did for my judges was she brought up and encouraged, the trainer brought up and encouraged the judges to talk about particular pressure points that they experienced and traumas they experienced in the course of their work. Because she told us about a judge in Victoria who had to deal with a long period of case that went on for quite a long time, involving very graphic instances of infant and child sex abuse. And that judge felt deeply troubled by it and eventually had a number of mental health and other challenges. So when we had the workshop in Singapore and we were talking about it to one another, it was so empowering to realize that you're not unusual in feeling stress because everybody around that table is talking about the particular struggles they have had, and they range, the stress points range. They range from being reversed on appeal, they range from being criticized by appellate judges to the trauma of making orders in family cases that resulted in separation of parent and child, or even suicide by one of the family members as a result of an adverse order. And the point that came out of that discussion is, we are human beings. It's unrealistic and absurd to think that we're not affected by this. And if we're really not affected by it, we're probably not good judges, because the human quality of compassion and empathy is a necessary part of being a good judge. And if you don't feel it, then you can't really understand what's going on to the people who come to your courtrooms. So I think, going back to your question, leadership is a very big part. Normalizing these kinds of conversations, having safe spaces for judges to come and talk to their managers, to their chiefs, to their divisional heads, to say, look, I'm really struggling, I can't sleep at night. I've had a real, a lot of trauma struggling with these things. To create those safe spaces, I think, are very important. And those things very much are in the hands of the leadership of the court. And the third part of it, going back to your question on collaboration across agencies, all of these problems of stress, overwork, overload, they manifest in a situation where you have too much work and not enough judges. And the only way you can address that is by getting the other branches of government ultimately to support you with the resources. No court that I'm aware of can say to itself, I need another half a dozen judges or another 30 judges. I'm going out and recruiting 30 judges. You need the cooperation of the other judges. And I think a large part of the responsibility of the leadership of a judiciary is in educating the other branches about the importance of having a strong, well-balanced, well-managed judiciary, and in persuading them of the need to commit resources to enable the judiciary to carry out its work well. And the upshot of it is, yes, I think leadership is absolutely critical. Very quickly on the second point you touched on, which is the importance of regional dialogue, I think it's absolutely crucial, because if I hadn't heard Chief Justice Marilyn Warren speak about this in 2014, my eyes wouldn't have been open to the importance of judicial stress and well-being. And I think that the fact that we have these regional gatherings serves a critical purpose in encouraging each of our judiciaries to now think about it as a legitimate, critical, in fact, really important part of the judiciary, that we have programs addressing well-being. It's the generation of awareness and learning from what others are doing to address these issues that's going to help each of our judiciaries function better.
Thank you. We can give applause to all of the answer of the speaker. And now, before I back again to Justice Samsul Ma'arif, is there any of you that want to raise question or give response or something like that to the all speaker here? Just feel free. Anyone? Okay, yeah. Could you help give 20 minutes left? Yeah, to the back.
Bismillah. Is it work? Oh yeah, thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Could you be a bit louder and perhaps could you stand up?
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you. My name is Ratu Ayu. I am a judge from the Religious Court of Madiun Regency. I was here maybe a year ago, chief of the Religious Court in Jembrana, but I'm now moved to East Java. I would like to ask a tiny question, but this is, I think, not a small issue. Because as said by Bapak Syamsul Ma'arif, well-being is sort of happiness. So this is my question. How to Pak Sundaris Menon? How do you manage in your country constitutionally on the hobbies that maybe judge can or cannot do? It matters because hobby is one of many symptoms of happiness. Or maybe I can say, can judge there in your country be professional, diverse, or can be businessman or athlete, and so on. And the second thing is, how do your country manage things to deal with toxic success syndrome or post-power? Either is financially or by providing health support, especially mental health, to get a really deep happiness judges. And also the educational support system, because if the judges are smart or educationally smart, they can work automatically without thinking too much. And this is what I call well-being or professional judges. Thank you. And allow me to close this auspicious occasion. It's a quote, nice quote, and in line with our topic this morning, that what been said by Confucius, that happiness depends upon ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. So you raised your question to two of the speakers. The first one for Syamsul Ma'arif, and then the second question due to Professor Chief Justice. We have 20 minutes, yeah, Mbak Tita. We have 20 minutes left, and I'd like to raise one question. Perhaps, okay, because you raised first. Just a short question, so you can give other time to the speaker.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Pardon me for not to standing because I had a back problem this morning. My name is Irwan Rosadi. Right now, I'm a Vice Chief Judge of Pandeglang District Court. I want to ask simple questions. Let us bring back to the Salus Populi Suprema Lex Exto. The safety of the people is the supreme law. In more specific context, the safety and well-being of law enforcers, especially judges, should be a prerequisite before they can enforce the law for others. I agree with Ms. Mary. Ms. Mary said that the Nauru Declaration affirms that judicial stress is not a weakness and must not be stigmatized. In my opinion, judges are not machine, just like C.J. Menon said that. For me, they are human beings operating in high-stress environment, and to deny them basic physiological needs is to deny the human element of justice. My question is, how can we change the culture within judicial institutions, which has long tended to expect judges to always appear strong, reserved, and never complain? Indonesia, right now, maybe approximately have 937 courts, either in first or appeal courts. And I said to my partner beside me, we have maybe around 8,000 judges in Indonesia with heavy caseload. And one way to manage judges' stress level is to establish judicial leave policy arrangement specifically for judges. Of course, I could not agree more with what Honorable Samsul Ma'arif said. Well-being is not only about the economic welfare. Managing stress level is quite equally important given the caseload faced by judges. My question to Chief Justice Menon, do Singapore or maybe other ASEAN countries have a leave policy specifically for judges? Because I think this special leave arrangement is important to help relieve judges' stress levels in dealing with heavy caseload. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. And now I give time to Chief Justice to answer both of questions. Yeah.
Sure. So I'll take the first set of questions first. I think the question firstly was about the importance of hobbies as part of the overall mechanism of judicial wellness. And I agree. I think all judges, like all human beings, need hobbies. They need other interests. And I think if they didn't have other interests, they would be very, very starved of opportunities to release the pressure that comes from their daily work. All of us turn to hobbies because we go to work in the morning and we're occupied with our work for 10 or 12 hours a day, and we need some other interest to relieve and release the pressure that comes with the work. And I think the hobbies that we have is an important part of that. So certainly I encourage my colleagues and my judges to have and develop their hobbies. I have some of my own hobbies. I read extensively. Bambang knows that I like to try to play the saxophone from time to time. So it's an important part of having a fuller life. And I certainly think that that's a very important thing. You asked whether it's okay for judges to have a side profession. No, it's not. So we have a code of conduct that prevents you from having other employment if you're a judge. So you can't be a professional diver, but you can certainly dive for fun. And I do a bit of that as well. So hobbies, I think, is a very important part of well-being. The second part of your question related to judicial education and educational support. And I think that's critical. And in fact, the bulk of our efforts on well-being in Singapore is housed in the Judicial College, which is our training institution. And the Judicial College not only provides support for the specific area of well-being, but actually their bigger mission is to ensure that judges are supported in terms of their ability to cope with the work that comes, because that's the biggest source of stress. When the work comes and you can't cope with the work, that's the biggest source of stress. So we are very committed to enhancing education. We also have things like knowledge management systems in place so that we can access precedents, we can access help materials for judges who face pressure in dealing with matters quickly. So all of those are very important parts of addressing well-being. The third question that came up pertaining to leave arrangements for judges. Yes, we have somewhat different leave arrangements for at least the senior judiciary in Singapore, that is at the level of the High Court and above, where each year we'd have limited amounts of leave. I think only 9 days of leave during term time. But when the court is in recess, which it is in recess for 4 weeks in June and 5 weeks in December to January, when the court is in recess, the High Court judges and above are generally free to take as much leave as they need. Now, I have approving authority as the Chief Justice, and if a judge is behind with things like clearing their judgments or releasing their decisions, I will usually have a word with them to clear their judgments before they go on leave. But subject to that, we have those facilities, and I agree with you, it's a very important part of long-term sustainability. And my colleagues, I know in Australia and in New Zealand, have other leave arrangements where they have a certain number of weeks each year which they can accumulate to take a sabbatical of 2 months or 3 months after a few years. And I think those are very interesting and commendable initiatives.
Thank you, and now?
Thank you. First one is about the well-being. I said that a lot of dimension of well-being, and one of the dimensions, of course, the welfare, but it's not necessarily the term manufacturer. Yeah. I read a book written by Saliman and also by Butler. They are talking about the well-being. There are at least 5 elements of well-being. One is the positive emotion of the judge dealing with the job. And it's subjective, you know, but if you feel good with your job, then you will be happy. It's nothing to do with the salary. Nothing to do with salary. Engagement, second element, engagement. Don't be always isolated in a room, you know, talk to your friends, be happy with your friends, you know. That make you happy, make you happy. Socialization yourself, you know. And the third element is, of course, relationship, you know, maintain relationship with your friend, with the judge which has the same skill, the same concern. Talk to him. The other element is meaningful work, as I said, meaningful work. If you feel good, if you feel a public trusts you, if you feel your family appreciate to you, then you will be happy. It's nothing to do with the salary. And the last one, the fifth one, is the accomplishment. Accomplishment. Yeah. That's actually, I agree with the writer, with the researcher, that, you know, the 5 elements will, you know, establish the happiness for the judge. Concern for the well-being, for you know, a job stress, etc. But it's not determining factor. It's not determining factor. The fact is that the majority of the residents, you know, by the chief judge at district court has no security guard. They can sleep well. They can sleep well. So, of course, this is one of the concern, and now Chief Justice is stepping in to take the best effort to make sure that security is maintained. But let me go back to the welfare issue. I think if you're talking about the issue with the senior judge right now, including the Chief Justice, they can tell you that, you know, our salary is actually not enough, you know, to buy something good, you know. And I think it's not easy for you to find a judge here. The senior judge tell you that, you know, I cannot see my family, my mother in 5 years. And even I cannot attend my father, you know, when she was buried. But if you're talking about the quality of the judgment, if you read the Supreme Court report for almost 5 years, last 5 years, it shows that the party who disappointed with the judgments only 15%. That what happened with the first instance. If you read the statistic of the judgment granted by the first instance, only 15% of the party appealed to the appeal court. So even the judge has a minimum salary, they can make a very good judgment. So of course, I agree that, you know, welfare is one of the concerns, but it's not a determining factor. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you give applause to both of the answer of the speaker? And we have 5 minutes left. And before we end the first panel, I'd like to invite the closing statement, very short closing statement from each of the speakers, started from Ms. Marie.
I think on closing statements, one thing that I wanted to perhaps highlight is that it's really impressive. I've been working on this issue for now 3 years, and I've seen it growing, and the growth is continuing. It's I was really very happy when Ms. Putri invited me to come here to present about the Naru Declaration. And I also wanted to present one thing that we are continuing. It's the Secretariat to develop the commentary on the Naru Declaration. So you would know the Bangalore commentary. So we are not perhaps exactly the same, but there will be a commentary, and we will be presenting it this year in international conference that will be happening in the Caribbean on the 4th to 6th of November. And I can tell you, you have the first one to know about it, because we're going to be putting the save the date today. So it's actually the first time that we're referring to this international conference on judicial integrity and judicial well-being. So this conference here today will be also continuing through this conference that we will have later this year. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And next, Mr. Arno.
Thank you very much. Maybe I would like to come back to the idea of the mission that was already talked about, and just to stress that judicial integrity goes beyond the norms and the statements. It's really something that is at the core, a covenant between the judge and the society, and that exercise of moral courage and ethical obligations in the light of all these competing pressures that some of them have been mentioned today. And in that context, it's really important to remember that, as was said as well, judges are human, and we count on them to protect us as society, but they cannot do it if they're not themselves protected. So, thank you.
Then, Justice Samsul Marif.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I agree with Chief Justice Menon that this issue has to be socialized, has to be, advocated throughout Asia and even throughout the world. It's very important. I noticed that the issue is not a matter of individual judge. So think about the institutional functions, I agree, mentioned by Chief Justice Menon, the leadership is also very important. Institutional, when we are talking about institutional matter, about the well-being issue, is that one of the factors is, for example, the workload. We have to make sure that the distribution of cases is also fair, not a matter of number, but also a matter of the complexity of cases, Don't give a complexity cases to only certain judge, or even don't give, a case that the judge don't understand about the case, It will make the judge will be stressed. So the quality of consultation by leader, for example, if the judge has a problem, concern, etc., please open for the judge to have the consultations. So again, it is a individual judge matter, but also institutional has to be take responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, Chief Justice Menon.
Thank you. I just want to leave a couple of points for you to take away. The first is that I think judicial well-being, the focus on judicial well-being, is really about making sure that judges are in the best possible position to carry out the work they do. And let's be honest, the work we do is very important work. It has profound consequences on the people who come before us. And it's therefore a matter of national interest for each of our countries that when the judges do their work, they're in the best possible position to do it. That's what judicial well-being is really about. And a very important part of that is to acknowledge that it is not about weakness. Judicial well-being is not about addressing frailty or weakness or deficits or any of those things. It is about doing proactive things to make sure that each of us can become the best possible judges that we can be, so that we can discharge the sacred trust that is put in our hands to deal with our fellow citizens. And my final point that I'd like you to take away is that this is something that exists at two levels. The responsibility for it is something that exists at two levels. Both Justice Shamsul and I have made the point a couple of times that institutions have a real part to play in creating the conditions to address this problem. But I also think the point made by the speaker at the back is very important, which is that individuals have a very important part to play as well. They have to take responsibility. They have to speak up when they are under pressure. They have to take the issue to their managers, and they have to look after themselves through hobbies, through other interests, through living a full life. And I think it's that collaborative approach that's going to help us take the next step. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you give applause to all of the speakers? And before we end this first panel, I don't like to make like a summary, but rather to pick up some of the points from judicial well-being. The first one is about the protection of judicial integrity and quality of justice. In this regard, it's a reduced decision-making error, then resisting undue influence and impartiality. The second point is about the upholding the rule of law and public trust. We talk about the systemic sustainability and then public confidence and preventing what we call taboo burnout, because as you said that judges also is a human. So they don't, judges are not like a machine that just using our work in the daily life. And the third point is a human system approach that shared responsibility, holistic support, human rights connection, as Ms. Arno mentioned before. And the last thing, or the last point, is the direct link to international framework. And as Justice Menon said, that it is time now to address judicial well-being universally rather than locally or regionally. Thank you for your participation, and thank you for all the speakers that already gave the very fruitful discussion and insight for all of us here in this room. Thank you, and I back to the MC. Thank you.
Okay, to wrap our first session, we would like to invite our moderator and our speakers to take position at the front. Kindly face the camera and we will begin for photo session. Please take position at the front. Excellencies, please look at the main camera and we will take few photos. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Thank you to our moderator and our speakers. You may now return to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests now will take a short break and we will resume the session shortly.
Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, sebelum memasuki sesi selanjutnya, sejenak Bapak Ibu untuk rehat menikmati hidangan teh kopi yang disediakan di meja Bapak Ibu. Selamat menikmati.
Hi, Prof. Naru. Hello, Staviana.
yang baru ya gelasnya ya. Ya. Sama ini Pak, ganti gelas ya, yang udah diminum ya.
Ganti gelasnya, kopinya ambil.
Ini nggak butuh ya? Butuh. Dia akan di sini.
Check. Check.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Did you still hear echo on your end? Nice to meet you too. Yes, we can see
you can
your,
see that?
perfect.
Excellent.
Excellent, thank you. So you will be
Should I
the
stop
first, yes, please do the stop share screen. You'll be the first one to speak, and then the second and the third
Yes.
speakers as well. Okay.
Yes, no problem. So I will wait until I am introduced.
Yes.
And then I will share my screen.
Kami sampaikan kepada Bapak Ibu para peserta yang kami hormati, demi hikmatnya kegiatan workshop kali ini, dimohon selama kegiatan workshop berjalan, Bapak Ibu untuk alat komunikasi atau handphone diaktifkan dalam mode getar untuk hikmatnya kegiatan pada hari ini. Terima kasih.
We would like to remind you to all mobile phones and electronic devices to be switched to silent mode. Thank you. Check. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to our next. Please, Dr. Dian Rositawati, you may chair the session.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished speakers, colleague, and participant. Welcome to the next session. We already have a very interesting morning about all of the issues. Usually judges talk about legal issues, but now we talk about human dimensions of judges and court staff. So we'll talk about a lot of things this morning, psychological issues, burnout. There are a lot of terminology that we're usually not discussed in a formal setting, but more in the backstage. But now we bring those issues into the formal setting. So our next session title will be Psychological, Ethical, and Leadership Dimension of Judging in ASEAN Context. Today's discussion brings together three perspectives: the understanding of well-being and resilience, the psychological realities of judging, the role of leadership and institution. And we have three very distinguished speakers with us here today. We have Dr. Carly Schaefer on the Zoom. Hello, Carly. Can you hear me?
Hello, lovely to see you all.
Yes. Dr. Schreiber is both lawyer and clinical psychologist, very interesting specialist, because usually we have only lawyer or psychologist, but we have you here with more than 20 years of experience working with courts and legal professionals. Dr. Carly's work focused on judicial stress and well-being, combining empirical research with practical support to judges and judicial institutions across different regions. We also have Professor Natalie Skid. Hello, Professor. Professor Skid is the Dean of Singapore Judicial College. She brings extensive experience in legal education. This morning we heard about how to bring these issues into institutional context. So legal education is one of it. And institutional leadership, how the role of leaders in addressing those issues. And Professor Skid will share insight on how judicial leadership and organizational culture can actively support judicial well-being, not only in Singapore, but also in the regions around, yeah. And the third one, we have Professor Bagus Takwin, also very interesting speakers for us because Professor Takwin has worked quite a lot with the Supreme Court. So although the Supreme Court, a lot of issues talk about legal issues, but with Professor Bagus Takwin, the Supreme Court also have developed collaborations in human resource development, psychological issues, and also I think you have a very interesting research on judicial well-being as well that you can share with us today. So his work focused on how judges can maintain resilience and well-being in demanding professional environment. So we will talk about a lot of issues today, how to balance or achieve professional quality of judging, but at the same time also manage the human dimensions of judging. So we will now proceed to the presentation. I will give each speaker around 15 minutes to share their insights to ensure that we have sufficient time for discussion because we have all of ASEAN judiciaries here with us. Let me first invite Dr. Carlis Fever to speak. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dian, and hello everybody. Allow me to share my screen. One moment. Okay. Selamat pagi dari Australia. Thank you very much for having me. I am deeply disappointed that I can't be with you in Bali, but unfortunately I had pre-existing commitments with the Australian courts this week. So I was unable to get away, but it is wonderful for me to be able to contribute to this really important conversation that's happening in the region. I want to say a special hello to my colleagues, Professor Natalie Skeed. We work on a research project together in Australia, and also Marie Peji-Koshua. We were colleagues on the draft committee for the Naru Declaration. And I want to say a big hello to Chief Justice Menon and the Singaporean judges. The Singaporean judiciary was the first judiciary outside Australia that I worked with many years ago, so I have a special affection for Singapore. Also to the Indonesian judges, and especially Judge Mirza Mochamed, who's a colleague of mine in the empirical judicial wellbeing research space. And I think the study that was done in Indonesia remains the largest scale empirical study of judicial wellbeing anywhere in the world. So that's something to be proud of. And I also want to say a special thank you to a special hello to the Malaysian judges. I've had a long wish to connect with you. I lived for a year in Kelantan as a 17-year-old Pertukaran Pelajar, and so I have a real connection with Malaysia. I'm not sure if there are any Kelantanese judges in the room today, but if there are, I just want to say, Ambo masih pandai kecek latte. All right, with that, allow me to get into my presentation. What I want to cover in my 15 minutes is three things. I'd like to talk about the psychological pressures of judicial work, what we know from the research. Also say something about how psychological well-being influences judicial integrity, and then touch briefly upon practical strategies for judicial resilience. So starting with this first piece, the psychological pressures of judicial work, I think it's really important before we get into talking about judicial well-being to define our terms. And this came up in the previous session. I had joined the end of that session to know what we're talking about. So in psychology, stress isn't inherently good or bad. Stress is a fact of life, and you just want the right amount of stress for whatever it is you're trying to do. But generally speaking, when we're talking about judicial stress, we're talking about the more negative experiences that judges can face. So this is a definition that I have used in my research, and it's also the definition that we adopted for the Naru Declaration, and that is that judicial stress is the subjectively negative, psychological, physiological, and or behavioural responses a judge may have to the demands of judicial work. So that's a broad definition, but when it comes to actually measuring stress in research, we have to operationalize it and get really, really specific. And so some of these terms that I have brought up here on the screen are some of the very specific types of stress that have been empirically measured in judicial wellbeing research. Then we have a definition of judicial wellbeing. And the definition that I have mostly chosen to focus on in my work is an adaptation of a definition of lawyer well-being that was devised by the American Bar Association in a big study that they did in 2017. So here we define judicial well-being as a continuous process in which judges are enabled to strive for thriving in each dimension of their lives. And there are 6 specified dimensions: occupational, physical, cognitive, social, emotional, and spiritual. And this is again the definition that we chose to use in the Naru Declaration. But when we're doing research, we need to drill down and use validated measures of very specific experiences. So these are some of the experiences that have been specifically measured in judicial wellbeing research: job satisfaction, satisfaction with life, flourishing, etc. So coming now to research on judicial wellbeing, before there was any empirical research on judicial wellbeing, there started to be about 35 years ago, some judges and retired judges produced papers or gave presentations speaking about their own personal experience of stress in judicial work. There were a few high-profile ones from Australia, from America, from Canada, other places. And from those early writings, I've just grouped the kinds of stressors, sources of stress that the judges and retired judges were speaking about. And I've grouped them into these 3 categories: stressors of workload, work type, and work culture. I'm not going to go into each of these in detail, but just suffice to say that when you have high and increasing workloads, high stakes for your decision making, and a workplace that's characterized by emotional intensity and conflict, and also a working culture that has features of isolation, intense public scrutiny, limited supportive feedback, and a culture of denying stress. In psychological terms, this really is a cocktail of risk factors for occupational stress. So this is the backdrop against which empirical research into judicial wellbeing was conducted. I did a PhD on this topic. I did it slowly over 8 years, and I finished it in 2023. And for my PhD, I needed to explore all the empirical studies that have been conducted in any part of the world. And what I found was that there were a few studies, but really not that many. So when I started the PhD, there were only 12 studies I could find. By the time I'd finished, 8 years later, that number had more than doubled. And since then, the number continues to increase. So as I think I heard people mention in the previous session, this is a really growing issue, and the level of research attention that this issue is getting is increasing all the time. Right now, there are a number of large-scale national and international research projects underway in Australia and New Zealand. I'm aware of what's happened recently in Indonesia. A big piece has happened in Europe recently, Canada, the US, and the Caribbean, and there may well be others that I'm not aware of. So this is really taking off. What I would like to share with you now are just the key findings that have come out of a suite of studies that have been conducted in Australia between 2019 and 2025. There are a number of different studies and reports that have come out of this research that you can find. They're all open access reports online. So if I was to take these studies in their totality, I think what they have demonstrated is that within the Australian judiciary anyway, there appears to be a significant stress problem among judges, but unlike the rest of the legal profession, this stress problem is not so far manifesting as a widespread mental health problem. Let me explain what I mean there. So on a widely used measure of non-specific psychological distress, so this measure is called the K10, the Kessler 10. It's a very widely used measure internationally. You can see judicial officers' spread of scores in the top row here. So green is low or no distress, and as we get further and further towards the red, that's moderate to high and very high distress. Judicial officers' rates are in the top line here, and you can see that the rates of moderate to high distress are elevated compared to barristers and also the general population at the bottom, but a little lower than solicitors and law students. And when we look at distress in the very high range, judicial officers' rates are lower than all levels of the profession and lower even than the general population. So this is a picture of elevated distress, but not in the extremely high ranges. And when we couple this with a validated measure of mental ill health, so this is a measure called the DAS-21, and it measures symptoms of depression and anxiety. What we have here are the green bars are the general population, the purple bars are the legal profession, and the red bars are judicial officers. And we've got depression, anxiety, and clinically significant stress. We can see how elevated the legal profession scores are compared to the general population, but how much lower among judges. So this all paints a picture of a stress problem, but not yet a widespread mental health problem. But the plot thickens because we've also used some other measures of different forms of stress, and those statistics are more alarming. So on the gold standard measure of burnout, 20% of judicial officers scored in the range suggestive of active burnout. On the World Health Organisation's audit scale for alcohol use and dependence, 30% of Australian judges reported levels of drinking in the problematic range. And the most alarming statistic on a validated measure of secondary traumatic stress symptoms, so these are symptoms of PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, but derived from secondary exposure to trauma rather than primary exposure. The number of judicial officers scoring in the range suggestive of active PTSD was 30%. This is an extremely alarming statistic, and this is now one that has been replicated 3 times in Australia. And Professor Natalie Skeet and I can tell you this is a statistic that holds nationally in Australia. So that's the picture as a whole. When it comes to looking at which judicial officers are most stressed and why, what we've found is that stress, for the most part, seems to travel with court level. So which court within the court hierarchy a judicial officer sits. The effect is either non-existent or much lower for other demographic factors such as age, gender, seniority, area of judicial practice and geographical location. In Australia, it was the high volume lower courts, we call them the magistrates' courts, that were significantly more stressed on a range of measures than the trial and appellate courts. And we've also been able to demonstrate in several studies that the higher level of stress among magistrates is almost entirely explained by lower levels of relatedness, so a sense of collegial connection, and also autonomy, a sense of control that magistrates have compared to judges. In interviews, we've uncovered what the sources of stress that judges and magistrates attribute their stress levels to. Unsurprisingly, workload comes out as the number one stressor, but people also talk about stigma, isolation, and increasing levels of vilification in the media, social media, and by the executive government. Also, when talking about stress, judges tend to emphasise what I call stressors of injustice. So that is the feeling of presiding over an imperfect justice experience in the courtroom due to a whole range of systemic limitations and failures that are beyond the judge's control. That's what judges focus on, much more so than the intrinsic stressors of judging. So the complexity of decision-making, dealing with distressing subject matter. Those things are seen as burdens, but they're not focused on as stressors in the same way. And judges talk about the stress impacting their physical health as well as their mental health, increasing irritability and terseness on the bench, feelings of exhaustion and a disconnection from meaning and purpose in the work. But the picture is not all bleak, because alongside speaking very candidly about the stress that they face in their work, judges and magistrates always emphasise the very deep and abiding sense of satisfaction they have in their role. And most judges and magistrates say that the sources of satisfaction, generally speaking, outweigh the sources of stress. It was clear in the interviews that the current state of affairs, particularly where stress is not spoken about, where it's seen as a weakness, where it's stigmatised, people understood that to be the prevailing culture, but very few people wanted that to continue to be the culture. And here's a quote that speaks to that. I think it's an occupational health and safety issue for the court. It's a stressful environment. People bring their own stressors from home into that environment. And unless we kind of provide a safe place for that to be dealt with, there are going to be repercussions. I just think that some of my colleagues don't recognise that. And I think the impact that their undealt with stress has on participants is huge. And I just think we need to acknowledge it, and we need to say, look, you know, there is nothing wrong with stress. That's a normal human response. But this is some strategies, because you don't need to pass on the trauma to other people that are traumatised already. Saying something now about how psychological wellbeing influences judicial integrity. This is a really big topic, and I'm just going to touch upon it. But many of you may have heard of this phenomenon known as the hungry judge. And it turns out that this is a phenomenon that, or a belief, that has existed for many centuries. And I've just got a few quotes here about how this has been spoken about over the centuries. So from somebody towards the end of the 19th century, the length of sentences received by criminals depends as much upon the condition of the judge's digestion as upon the enormity of the offence. Even Shakespeare, back in the 16th century, had something to say about this. Your lank-jawed, hungry judge will hang the guiltless rather than eat his mutton cold. And then again, in the late 19th century, from a judge in the US. The object of the law did not contemplate the term of imprisonment should depend, as was suggested by one of our state prison directors, on what the judge has had for breakfast. So there's this long-standing idea that judges' blood sugar will have an influence over their decision-making. And this was, I suppose, popularised in a now very famous study of parole decisions out of Israel that found that parole was significantly more likely to be granted at the start of the working day, after morning tea and after lunch, and basically the parole decision makers became predictably much harsher as their blood sugar depleted. Now this has been questioned for its veracity, but there have been a number of follow-up studies, both with judges and with other populations, and a recent paper that was published just last year on gastronomic justice has looked at these various studies and suggested that there probably are a number of factors that are likely to influence judicial decisions and behaviour. Mood, stress, definitely blood sugar, and fatigue, so general exhaustion, but also decision-making fatigue, the fact that decisions are harder to make as time goes on, and what they call self-control fatigue, which is also known as ego depletion. So the more we have to control our internal state in order to project calm and project control in the courtroom, the harder it becomes to do that. And then the more likely we are, if provoked, to express anger or aggression. So all of this was in our mind when we drafted the Naru Declaration. I just want to share some of the words from the very first principle, which says that judicial wellbeing is essential and must be recognised and supported. And this is because judicial wellbeing is essential for individual judges' occupational health and sustainability, for court users' experience in court, and for the quality of justice, and ultimately for public confidence in the courts. As such, judicial wellbeing warrants attention and investment commensurate with other institutional priorities, such as access to justice, the upholding of judicial values, judicial training, and judicial efficiency. As has been said before, the judiciary is a human system, and as a human system making moral decisions that significantly impact people's lives, the psychological health of the human beings making those decisions is critical to the integrity of that system. And we know from decades of research in psychology that stress undermines our capacities for emotion regulation and impulse control, making it much likely that we'll behave in ways that we later regret. And also stress is well known to undermine our objectivity and critical thinking, leading potentially to more biased or compromised judicial decisions. There are scores of studies now that demonstrate these effects in the human population, and by extension we can expect that they would affect judicial officers. So the way that I've come to think about judicial wellbeing now is that judicial wellbeing to me is not only or even principally about the occupational health and happiness of judges. It's inextricably linked to judicial integrity and the quality of justice delivered. And this was a link that the UN's Global Judicial Integrity Network specifically explored in the first ever global study of judicial wellbeing that was published in 2022 on the linkages between judicial wellbeing and judicial integrity, and they summarised judges' own perceptions about how their stress affects their ability to do their job well. So before I finish my section, I just want to say something very briefly about practical strategies for judicial resilience, and we can perhaps come back to this in more detail in the Q&A. The first thing is to emphasise, and I know this has been said earlier today, that judicial wellbeing needs to be thought of as both an individual and an institutional responsibility. And this is in fact Principle 3 of the Naru Declaration. In the early days of judicial wellbeing in Australia, which began more than 10 years ago, it was thought of as only an individual issue, that we needed to talk about it and judges needed to have their own personal strategies to be more resilient. But as time's gone on, we've recognised that that will never be enough, that so many of the stresses that judges face are driven by the institution, are driven by circumstances beyond individual judges' control, and so it has to be a dialogue between the institution and the individual. When it comes to institutional solutions, I've done a lot of work on this, both in terms of research, but also working directly with courts in different parts of the world. And this is a very simple model for thinking about how courts can look at ways of preventing unnecessary sources of stress, helping judges manage the irreducible sources of stress, and helping judges respond when they find themselves acutely impacted. But this has to be balanced with actions that individual judges take. This is quite a busy slide, and I'm not going to go into the detail, but this maps onto those 6 domains that I mentioned right at the start in my definition of judicial wellbeing. And there are strategies that none of them take much time. A lot of them are kind of mindset shifts or just thinking about building in small little pauses that reflect different actions and different mindsets we can take in each of these domains over the course of a busy working day that can make a real difference. So if we want to go into those in any detail in the Q&A, I would love to, but for now I will pause and hand back to our chair to take us to the next speaker. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Scriver. Very interesting presentations, not only on different factors that influence judicial well-being, but also on the last slide we already have the glimpse of what are the strategies to overcome those factors and to achieve judicial well-being. And now we have our second speaker, distinguished Professor Natalie Skid. You may proceed to the podium.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Dian. And good morning, selamat pagi. Chief Justices, judges, colleagues, friends, Carly, all the way in Melbourne. I'm so delighted to be here with you for these 3 days. In what I'm really hoping will be the first of many gatherings and programs that focus specifically on judicial well-being in ASEAN jurisdictions. At the outset, I'd like to acknowledge that I think, like my fellow panelists, I come to this conversation as an outsider. I'm not a judge. I offer my perspectives as an educator and as a researcher from within the Singapore Judicial College. And I'm really mindful that each of you brings to this conversation your own personal experiences and insights from within as judges, and I look so forward to continuing these conversations with you. I've already learned so much this morning from the morning session. My session is focused specifically on the interconnectedness between judicial leadership and judicial well-being, which I think is particularly apt, given that the origins of this workshop was the 12th meeting of the Council of ASEAN Chief Justices in Singapore in November last year. And I think that fact, together with what was a really excellent session this morning, really point to judicial well-being being a priority of judicial leaders at the very highest levels in each of our jurisdictions. So, if we could move on to the second slide, I'd like to speak about 4 aspects of the role that judicial leaders have in promoting well-being in their jurisdictions. The first relates to institutional culture, and Chief Justice Menon spoke about it briefly in the discussion earlier. That is destigmatizing judicial stress through open and candid conversation. The second is supporting a deeper understanding of the judicial well-being and the judicial stress landscape within each of our jurisdictions. The third is spearheading strategies, initiatives, programs to support and promote and enhance well-being in our courts. And the fourth is recognizing judicial leadership as, in and of itself, a source of stress. So on the first, next slide, please. I begin with the role of judicial leaders in destigmatising judicial stress. Earlier today, Chief Justice Menon spoke about the scepticism and harsh criticism that then Justice Michael Kirby faced when he first spoke and wrote about judicial stress in the mid-1990s. He noted that they were unmentionable topics. They were not only unmentionable in open public forums, but they weren't even discussed behind closed doors in judicial forums such as this. So why was that? I'd suggest that there are no doubt several reasons for that. One of those, I'd suggest, is becoming a judge has long been seen as the pinnacle of a legal career, reserved for only the very best of the very best. And with that really weighty recognition comes a weighty public expectation, an expectation that judges not only have brilliant minds and the keenest intellectual acumen, there is an expectation that they embody unquestioned integrity, ethics, independence, impartiality. They are expected to be patient, they're expected to be courteous, humble, composed, inside and outside of the courtroom. And this really heavy public expectation follows you throughout your career, day after day, and I'd suggest even after retirement. What is, or at least what was really expected, or even accepted, was that judges were human. Judges are human. And that they experience the emotions, the frailties, the vulnerabilities that are an inevitable part of being human. And this expected absence, or even real absence of humanness, was an almost insurmountable barrier to having conversations about psychological distress that arises from the judicial role, the human dimension and the human impact of judging. There's been a remarkable shift globally in recent years, and I think the Naru Declaration, which we've heard about this morning, the recognition of an International Day for Judicial Wellbeing have been two really powerful global acknowledgements that judicial work is demanding and stressful, and that it can take a considerable personal and institutional toll. And so we've seen judicial wellbeing move from this unmentionable topic to what Carly has referred to as a global conversation, and that's just so evident in this room this morning. So what has changed? I think a key factor has been the willingness and courage of individual judges to speak out. And we've seen several judges, some in leadership positions, retired judges, that have spoken out about their personal experiences of stress in their careers. One of those examples, and Chief Justice Menon mentioned a few this morning, another example is Magistrate David Halpern from New South Wales in Australia, who in 2017 delivered a compelling keynote address in which he spoke about the vicarious trauma that he experienced following a series of really horrific cases on the bench. He had recently become a grandfather. That should have been a very joyful time for him, but he presided over just a raft of horrific cases involving juvenile crime, involving child pornography, and then one particularly an extremely brutal case of child abuse. His is only one of many recounts from brave judges who've been prepared in recent years to stand up and speak. This is a demonstration of leadership, and I think it's really important to note at this point, Chief Justice Menon has mentioned it many times in the past, that judicial leadership is not about a position or a title. It is not reserved for those who are most senior in our courts. Judicial leadership is about attitude and actions. And Chief Justice Menon has said that every judge in all courts can be a leader, and I think this is particularly pertinent in the area of judicial well-being. But it's important not to diminish, in this regard, the role of those who are in formal senior leadership positions. They can have a profound impact simply by the way in which they respond to those who do speak up. Chief Justice Menon mentioned Justice Clement Gascon earlier this morning from Canada, who spoke about his 20-year battle with depression and anxiety. Chief Justice Richard Wagner responded to Justice Gascon's recount. He praised him for his bravery, for his courage, but crucially, he reaffirmed his confidence that Justice Gascon could and would continue to discharge his duties competently and effectively. That's a really important part of ensuring that these conversations are meaningful, that they are open, that they're frank and candid. The second role, yes, that's the one, thank you. The second role that judicial leaders can play is to support efforts to foster a deeper understanding of the judicial well-being and judicial stress landscape in their jurisdictions. We've come to accept that judicial stress is a global issue, but not all judges and not all jurisdictions experience it in the same way. It can be affected, and it is commonly affected by and shaped by context. There's a risk, however, that when we introduce and embed mechanisms in our judiciaries to support well-being, that they are based on local anecdotal evidence, or even worse, based on assumptions that are drawn from research that is undertaken elsewhere. And I can say, as Carly mentioned, I've been involved with her in a national judicial project in Australia, and in Singapore we are conducting a national judicial well-being study as well. And there are really important differences that are emerging between those two jurisdictions. So we need to give effect to Principle 6 of the Naru Declaration, which expressly recognises, as is indicated on the screen, that judicial wellbeing initiatives must suit the unique circumstances and requirements of the local jurisdiction. And so judicial leaders can play a really important part to encourage research into judicial well-being and judicial stress in their judiciaries, and this is really important so that they can introduce and they can tailor evidence-based programs, initiatives, support structures that are suited to the needs and tailored to the needs of their own judges. The third aspect, next slide please. The third aspect of the role of judicial leadership in promoting judicial well-being is by spearheading strategies, initiatives, programs that support judicial well-being. In Singapore, these efforts can be categorized into three groups. The first is, and I won't say anything about them, but we can pick up on them later if the opportunity arises. The first is the organisation of work, giving due regard to the well-being of individual judges. The second is institutional initiatives that create a positive working environment. And the third is, which was touched on earlier this morning, judicial education, which in Singapore is driven by the Singapore Judicial College. Our curriculum in the college is informed by and it's structured around a judicial competency framework. And one of the 14 judicial competencies in that framework is explicitly resilience, well-being, and self-management. And so we're really conscious of that as a competency that judges are required to develop in our programming, which I can speak about later too. Together, these three categories of initiatives and programs really create a systematic and structured framework around which the institution itself can support judicial well-being. And our judicial leaders play such an important role in that, in supporting and being seen to support these and to send the message that they are important and need to be taken seriously. The fourth and final role of judicial leaders in promoting judicial well-being is to recognise that judicial leadership itself can be a source of stress. And there are two dimensions to this. The first is judicial leadership as a source of stress for the judicial leader. There is no doubt that there is tremendous satisfaction to be gained from leading and being a judicial leader, but it is also accompanied by a whole host of additional demands and challenges that you have to take on in addition to your normal workload, and oftentimes without relevant training and appropriate training. The second, and often perhaps not spoken about often enough, dimension of judicial leadership as a source of stress is as a source of stress for those who are being led. In our Singapore study, we've conducted already a survey. We had a 58% response rate, which is an excellent response rate across the judiciary. 50% of our respondents reported that judicial leadership is always or almost always or often a source of satisfaction, which is wonderful. But 40% also reported that judicial leadership in their court is often or sometimes a source of stress. So there is this duality in the role of judicial leadership as a source of stress, and it poses, I think, real challenges for judicial leaders, not only to ensure that they are taking care of themselves, given the unique demands that leadership places upon them, but that at the same time they are also mindful of the impact that their leadership is having on others and those around them. So, to sum up, it's clear that judicial leaders play a critical and multi-pronged role in enhancing and advancing judicial leadership. So I'd like to suggest that a really good place to start in addressing judicial stress is with advanced, fit-for-purpose, fit-for-person leadership training. And as I said, this is not reserved for those in formal leadership positions. All judges can be leaders. I'd like to just finish up with, because I'm not sure that I'll get the opportunity to later. So in closing, I want to share with you an observation that a judge shared with me last week, as recently as last week, a male judge in Singapore, mid-career, so 15 to 20 years on the bench, in a leadership position, and I was interviewing him for our project, and his response to the last question I asked was, what would you like to see more of in your work environment, in your court environment? And this is what he said: kindness. I think for colleagues to be more understanding of each other. Yeah, because sometimes when people are stressed, they say things and write things that they will, I hope, come to regret. So I think people being more understanding, more forgiving of each other, I think that will really help and enhance judicial life. And I think we can all respond to that in a quintessentially Singaporean way. Can. Thank you all very much, and I look forward to the conversation that follows.
Thank you, Professor Skid. Very interesting dimensions of, again, to the panel.
The Honorable Chief Justice, distinguished member of Judiciary, esteemed colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning, because it's still before noon, yeah. But I hope we also will have good afternoon. Yeah, thank you. It is a profound honor to be here today to present on judicial well-being from psychological point of view. Organizational, legal organizations worldwide. I think we already heard from this morning about the importance of this topic. Yeah. And in recent years, scholars, policymakers, and also legal organizations have begun to recognize, this is the good news, have begun to recognize that the well-being of judges is not merely personal matter. It's a crucial component of a trustworthy judiciary system. What I'm about to say, I think quite similar with what Caroline Schaefer mentioned before, but I hope I still can add some information and insight there. Okay, my presentation is about concept of judicial well-being and why it is important. And then I will talk about the dimension of judicial well-being and the factor that influence it, and also the challenges to maintain judicial well-being, and maybe, yeah, a little explanation about strategies. Why judicial well-being matters? I think this question is already asked before, but maybe I try to repeat the answer. I think we already know that judges occupy a unique and demanding position within legal system. Their responsibility go far beyond simply applying rules. Judges must interpret complex laws, assess evidence, manage courtroom processes, and ultimately make decisions that may profoundly affect people's lives. Judicial decision may determine whether a person loses their liberty, whether a family still remain intact, and whether a business survive the legal dispute. Because of these profound consequences, judges are expected to demonstrate independence, impartiality, integrity, and sound reasoning at all times. However, this responsibility also comes with significant psychological and professional pressure. Judges often work under intense time constraint, manage heavy caseload, and deal with emotionally difficult cases. For this reason, I think judicial well-being has become an important subject of international attention. The United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, as already mentioned before, has emphasized that the well-being of judges is closely connected to judicial integrity and the overall quality of justice. In other words, when judges experience chronic stress, burnout, or emotional fatigue, their ability to make careful, balanced, and impartial decisions may be compromised. Therefore, protecting judicial well-being is not only beneficial for judges themselves, but also essential for maintaining public confidence in the judiciary. Okay, what is judicial well-being? Judicial well-being can be understood as a holistic condition in which judges are able to maintain healthy psychological, physical, social, and professional functioning while fulfilling their judicial duties. Importantly, well-being does not simply mean the absence of stress. Stress is an inevitable part of judicial work. Instead, judicial well-being refers to the ability of judges to manage these pressures effectively while maintaining resilience, professional satisfaction, and sense of purpose of their work. Scholars generally view the judicial well-being as a multi-dimensional concept consisting of several interconnected aspects that together shape the overall experience of judges within the justice system. Okay. Let me now briefly discuss some of the most important dimensions of judicial well-being. You can see there are psychological dimension, physical dimension, social dimension, and professional dimension, and also meaning and purpose. First, psychological well-being. It is a person's overall mental functioning and self-fulfillment. Judges frequently encounter emotionally demanding cases, including criminal violence, family dispute, and cases involving victims trauma. I think what Chief Justice Menon explained or described about the what exposed to judge sexual abuse case and violence, I think is something that really can make judge or anybody can shock. Yeah. So continuous exposure to such cases can place a considerable emotional burden on judges. Psychological well-being, therefore, include the ability to manage stress, maintain emotional balance, and develop resilience. Without adequate psychological support, judges may experience burnout, anxiety, or what researchers describe as secondary traumatic stress. Stress because exposed to other person stressed, secondary traumatic stress. And second, the physical well-being. Workload of judges often involves long working hours. I think all of you know about it. Extensive document review and the pressure to deliver timely decision. Over time, this can lead to physical exhaustion, sleep disturbances, and other health problems. So maintaining physical well-being requires attention to basic health needs, such as rest, exercise, and work-life balance. Factors that are sometimes overlooked in highly demanding professional environment. Okay, next, the third is social well-being. Judges often experience a certain degree professional isolation. I think the former speaker also about the isolation. Because they must remain impartial and avoid conflict of interest. Their social interaction may be more restricted compared with other professionals. This makes supportive relationship with family member, trusted colleagues, and professional network particularly important. The fourth, professional well-being. Professional well-being relates to the institutional and organizational environment in which judges work. Factors such as manageable caseloads, adequate administrative support, and a respectful professional culture play an important role in shaping the well-being of judges. Supportive judicial institution can significantly reduce stress and enhance job satisfaction. And finally, next again. This is the dimension that often overlooked but crucial aspect, the sense of meaning and purpose in judicial work. Many judges enter the profession with a strong commitment to justice and public service. When judges feel that their work contribute positively to society, it strengthens their motivation and resilience in the face of professional challenges. I think Judge Samsul Ma'arif already talked about this earlier. Okay, now from this explanation about dimension of judicial well-being, it can be understood that social well-being is a complex concept encompassing many dimensions, and this dimension must be maintained in good condition to produce good judicial well-being. Attention to each dimension is crucial, and program to strengthen judicial well-being must include strengthening its dimension. Okay. Next, I will discuss the factors that influence judicial well-being. Judicial well-being is influenced by several categories of factors, including individual, job-related, and organizational factors. Individual factors include personal coping strategies, emotional intelligence, resilience, and the ability to maintain a healthy balance between professional and personal life. And there are job-related factors. The nature of judicial work itself can be a significant source of stress. I think we know about it. Judges must deal with heavy caseloads, complex legal questions, strict procedural deadlines, and emotionally disturbing evidence. Repeated exposure to human suffering, particularly in criminal or family law cases, may create cumulative emotional strain. And another factor, the third factor, is organizational or institutional factors. Research increasingly shows that institutional conditions play a decisive role in judicial well-being. Leadership style, workplace culture, resource availability, and administrative support can significantly influence how judges experience their professional roles. In many cases, improving institutional conditions may have a greater impact on judicial well-being than focusing solely on individual coping strategies. Next. Okay. On this occasion, allow me to briefly share the result of study conducted in Indonesia by Muhammad Mirza, already mentioned by Judges Samsul Ma'arif, but allow me to repeat this. This may provide us with additional understanding of the importance of judicial well-being. The study highlights psychological challenges faced by judges and the need for institutional support system. As shown in this slide, the study presents an overview of judicial well-being in Indonesia by examining several key variables: perceived general stress, secondary traumatic stress, burnout, meaningful work, and overall well-being. The findings show that stress, secondary traumatic stress, and burnout are positively correlated, meaning that higher stress is associated with higher levels of psychological exhaustion. In contrast, meaningful work is negatively correlated with stress and burnout, and strongly positively correlated with well-being. Overall, judges report moderate level of stress and burnout. However, levels of the meaningful work and well-being are relatively high. This suggests that although judges face significant work pressure, they still experience a strong sense of purpose in their roles, which helps sustain their well-being. Additionally, differences based on gender, judicial level, and court category are minimal. In conclusion, the most important factors in maintaining judicial well-being is the sense of meaning in work, Meaningful work acts as a protective factors against stress and burnout while also contributing to the overall quality and integrity of justice system. Next slide. This slide highlights why Supreme Court need to provide psychological service for judges and court staff. You can read it. Judges face a combination of professional and personal and also psychological pressure. For example, they often deal with heavy caseload and high responsibility, which can lead to significant stress. Many judges also assign far from their families, creating a long-distance relationship that may result in loneliness and emotional strain. Next slide. This slide presents the profile of researcher participants. This broad and representative sample strengthens the previous finding, showing that the pattern of stress, meaningful work and well-being, and the need for psychological services reflect real conditions across different levels and types of court in Indonesia. Next. This slide shows judges' perception of the need for psychological service. Across gender, judicial level, and court types, the scores are consistently high among around 7.5 to above 8. This aligns with the previous finding. Despite relatively high well-being and strong meaningful work, judges still experience significant stress and challenge. And they said that they need psychological support. It's happened across the judiciary. Next. Allow me to explain a little about challenges in maintaining judicial well-being. One major challenge is the increasing volume and complexity of cases in many judicial systems. Another challenge is the emotional weight of judicial decision-making. And in addition, judges may exposed to traumatic content, including evidence of violence, abuse, or severe social conflicts. And professional isolation, also another issue. And I think this is the important thing. A legal profession often maintains a culture of silence regarding mental health concerns. Judges may hesitate to seek help because they fear that acknowledging stress could be perceived as weakness. And finally, judges frequently operate under public scrutiny, especially in high-profile cases. Media criticism and public expectation can intensify professional pressure. Next. Okay, I think addressing this challenge requires both individual and institutional approach. I think at the institutional level, court can implement better workload management system, provide access to psychological support service, develop training programs focused on resilience and stress management, and also maybe introduce mindfulness programs, peer support initiative, and confidential counseling service. Equally important in the development of judicial culture that recognize well-being as legitimate and essential aspect of professional performance. To conclude, promoting the well-being as essential and crucial components of judiciary system. Promoting the well-being of judges is not simply about improving working conditions. It is about strengthening the integrity, quality, and the credibility of justice system itself. And yes, I agree that it is institutional responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Takwin. We have heard that Indonesia also face quite similar issues on judicial well-being, but also there is one unique aspect, especially on the transfer system, in which Indonesia is an archipelagic countries, and we have like 937, if I'm not mistaken, from the previous speakers. So transfers system also put part of burden to judges because they have long distance relationship with family. So we are now come to the Q&A session. I would like to invite reflection from colleagues across ASEAN judiciary. Please, you can raise your hand and then mention your name and from which judiciary. We have one from there, from Indonesia, and I would like from other judiciaries as well, from other country. Please, if you want to share your reflection, doesn't have to be question, can be reflections or experience or story from your country. I will wait while we have one from, I think from Indonesia, yeah, over there. Please stand up and then your name and from what court.
Yes, sudah. Yes. Honorable Justices, distinguished speaker and respected participant, thank you for the opportunity, Mbak Tita. I am Ahmad Holil, Vice Chief Judge of Bekasi Religious Court, West Java, Indonesia. My temporary conclusion of judicial well-being is more or less about personal happiness of judges and sense of fulfillment in the areas of social, physical, mental, and so on. So, in this regard, judges are encouraged to pursue happiness or to pursue what makes them happy, right? So, and then the judiciary, where they work, should support this effort of judges. As Dr. Carly said from America, that factors likely influencing judicial decision-making is mood and stress. Mood and stress is probably caused by unhappiness of judges. So my conclusion is that happiness is very important for judges in making judicial decisions. I'd like to interconnect or relate this judicial well-being conclusion with the 6th principle of Nauru Declaration and Code of Ethics or Code of Conduct of Indonesian judges. The 6th principle of Nauru Declaration says that judicial well-being initiative must suit the unique circumstances of national judiciaries. I'd like to provide you an interesting example of how judicial well-being could be different from one country to another, Malaysia, Australia, Singapore, or Australia. 13 years ago, when I accompanied Pak Justice Bambang and Pak Justice Lucas when they had internship in Australian Federal Court in Melbourne, I was quite shocked when I found out that some of Australian judges have tattoos on their bodies and that can be seen by public. While in Indonesia, judges who have tattoos probably will be perceived as, naughty judges, for example, like that. But it is different culture. Judges in Australia can have tattoos that can be seen by public, but in Indonesia it is prohibited. So my question is that how can we balance in pursuing judicial well-being while at the same time in Indonesia, for example, we do not breach the code of conduct, because in some extent pursuing judicial well-being could be in contradictory with the code of conduct that we have here in Indonesia with different culture with other countries. That's my question. Thank you for the answer. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Judge Holil. Maybe Dr. Carly, you want to respond to that, how to balance?
Yes,
Yeah.
Yes, I'd be happy to. Can you see me at the moment?
Not yet. Yes, now we can see you.
Okay. I really enjoyed the other two presentations. I just want to thank my co-panelists for their contributions. And this is a really fantastic question that has been asked, and there's a number of elements to it that I'd like to address. The first is this question of when we increase judicial well-being as an institutional priority, what will happen to the other things that we value, the other institutional priorities, such as code of conduct, such as judicial efficiency, such as other forms of accountability, both internal and external. And I think it's really, really important that we recognize that sometimes these priorities can appear to be in tension. So, for example, if judges in a jurisdiction are saying that they are overworked and they're just not going to work 14-hour days any longer to churn through their lists because it's not good for their well-being, what will that do to the backlog that the court faces? So sometimes these things can be in direct tension. Sometimes, however, and this goes to a principle of systems theory in psychology, but in other areas as well, that all of these issues are interconnected. The problems are interconnected. And sometimes when we start to focus on solutions, we discover that the solutions are also interconnected. So when we give more attention to judicial well-being, it is entirely possible, and I would say likely, that we find ways to improve efficiencies as well, and that judges who are well are going to be, who are not not labouring under unnecessary sources of stress, will actually be more efficient in doing their work. So that's that one piece about balancing well-being with other priorities. But I also want to come back to the initial premise that the judge asked, or the judge made, about well-being equaling happiness. And in psychology, it's not actually the same thing. Well-being and happiness are not the same thing. Happiness is something that we enjoy experiencing, but we know we can't be happy all the time. It is not the human condition to be happy all the time. And there is nothing wrong with feeling other feelings beside happiness. Well-being is broader than happiness. It encompasses an ability to tolerate uncomfortable feelings and the ability to recover from stress and adversity in a way that doesn't cause ongoing problems for ourselves and the people around us. So the example about Australian judges wearing tattoos, and that might make them happy, but Indonesian judges can't do the same. I think that we don't need to focus on just the subjective things that make people happy. What we need to be focusing on is creating the systemic and organisational conditions that allow judges to have the best shot at being productive, being able to recover from stress, being able to experience and tolerate the full range of human experience without being judged for it, so that they can most of the time be well. But that doesn't mean that we'll always be happy. So that's my contribution to that question. Thank you so much for asking it.
Thank you, Dr. Siver. That's from psychological perspective. When again, we can have a response from Professor Bagus Takwim briefly, maybe on that question.
Okay, I think I will add about the judicial well-being is implemented differently across country, because it sits at the intersection of law, culture, governance, and resources. I think, there is no single model that travel neatly from one system to another. So I think what Pak Khalil told about the the experience of just sharing their personal matters or their professional matters maybe different in here and in Australia. But I think it's because the culture, the different culture between here, Indonesia, and Australia and another country. I think that's.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Skid, you want to add anything?
Thank you, yes. And just pulling off what Carly said earlier, I think it's helpful to think about well-being within a framework, and just as Shamsul Marif earlier used the PERMA framework, I know Carly in her work and in some of the work that I've done, you have used the self-determination theory framework for which identifies 3 things that are necessary for a person to flourish. And flourish in work as well as personally. And they are, the first is autonomy. So control, having a sense that you have some control over your work, and very few can control the work that the cases that they are rostered to do, the volume of the work, but it's how you do that and how you approach it that can be controlled. And so really having systems in place, personal systems in place that help you cope with that day-to-day work. The second is belonging, or relatedness, and collegiality is such an important part of well-being in the workplace, and so many of the judges that I've spoken to speak about that ability to share with colleagues, because it is it's a very isolating job, and being able to share, even at events like this, around, with a cup of tea. So making that space and carving out those opportunities to form or to have those conversations and interactions with your colleagues. And the third is competence. And one of the interesting things that has emerged from the studies that I've been involved in is the importance of feedback, and that was one of the things that I think was on one of your slides, the importance of feedback and feeling as though your work is valued, that you're doing good work and that it is valued. And so another message, I suppose, for the judicial leaders in the room, or those who have people who are report to them, feeling that your work is valued can be an enormous amount of satisfaction. And I think Carly's right. Well-being's not necessarily about being happy all the time, but being content and satisfied, and knowing that you're doing a good job is really important. And so taking that opportunity when you can, just to say to a colleague or someone who's reporting to you, you did a great job, well done.
Thank you, Professor Skid. I would like to invite reflections again from the participant or questions from the back. Is it from what country? Indonesia. If I can have from other, jurisdictions, Singapore, Malaysia, please. Cambodia, and then we have Ibu from the back. You may go first, sir. The mic is not working. Can somebody help to provide, a microphone? Is it not working? We have 3 microphones here on the stage, actually. Maybe we can borrow one of the microphone from the stage. Thank you, Machi.
Thank you very much, moderator. Now, my name is Justice Nordin, and I'm from Malaysia. I'm the Federal Court Judge of Malaysia. Now, this is not a question. It's just a statement, country statement for Malaysia. So what we wish to inform here that Malaysia really recognize and acknowledge the importance of judicial well-being. So our leadership, our Chief Justice, is all out supporting the implementation of judicial well-being in Malaysian judiciary. And one of the strategy or one of the steps is we have our Judicial Wellbeing Committee being implemented recently, first on the 11th of November 2025. And we are also in the process of institutionalizing the judicial well-being. So we really hope that we can have cooperation from all the other countries in Asean especially. And we hope also that this kind of conference or courses, we can proceed in later, perhaps one day in Malaysia, so that we can really exchange the knowledge between us and implement the good practices between us. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Justice Nordin. It's very positive to hear a very good experience in Malaysia that Chief Justice is really supported on judicial well-being issue and even already formed Judicial Wellbeing Committee. This is something that maybe other ASEAN countries would also want to learn how to establish this kind of committee to prosper judicial well-being. And the lady on the back of the room, please.
Check. Thank you. My name is Nigusti Made Utami. I am a Chief Judge of District Court of Negara in West Bali. Greetings to all. So I would like to share what we've doing on psychological support for judges. We've been working on simple practices, ma'am. So we have some of simple practices like brief mind, fullness sessions, and then we've been working on reflection time, and then religion approach. We do some religion talk with judges and all the court employees. And then we do some stretching and work out together. And for information, just in 2 weeks, our Chief Judge, Mr. Bambang, actually will hold a family gathering. And I hope and I believe this will be beneficial as a moment of relaxation from our daily routines. Thank you for this, Mr. Bambang. I think it's enough for me. Thank you.
Thank you, judges. Unfortunately, we only have around 4 minutes actually for me to end this session. But maybe from all those the three speakers, if you want to respond to those reflections, I think there's no questions, but it's more about sharing. But maybe then you can also share your final remarks very briefly, each one of you. Maybe we can start from Professor Naraliskit.
Thank you. I'll just very briefly say, and just because I was speaking about judicial leadership, so continuing with that theme, that I think what we have in this room today is a really live demonstration of judicial leaders sending a very important message that well-being is important, and that it's important to them, and therefore it's important to the whole institution. And so we've seen judicial wellbeing move from an unmentionable topic not that long ago to one that has brought us all together today for 3 days in this room to talk really openly, frankly, honestly about that very topic. And so I think I have every confidence that this bodes very well for the health of the judiciary in ASEAN countries. So thank you for having me. It's been such a pleasure.
Thank you, Professor Skid. And then Professor Takwin, you want to respond and then give your final remarks?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think it will be very good if there will be exchanging between Malaysia, Singapore, and Indonesia in how they're implementing the judicial well-being. Yeah, despite of the differences of implementation, but still there lies the same needs. I think the basic psychological needs that Natalie or Prof. Natalie told us. More we exchange, I think the more we have the basic commons, yeah, to implementing well-being better. And I, from the Judge Made Utama, I think it is a good insight. Yeah, practicing judicial well-being is not always, or it's not have to be complex activities. By embedding the activities of activities that can enhance well-being with daily routines, we can maintain the well-being. I think like picnic, or not just picnic, maybe in lunchtime, sitting together and maybe make some small activities that make us feel happy, or maybe tell about what good thing that we have today. Yeah, every person that attend the meeting tell that I have a good thing now. Counting blessing, I think it's a good activity for increasing well-being. And I agree about what, that well-being is not the same with happiness. Happiness is one part. If, in PERMA, maybe happiness is in positive emotion, in P, yeah, happiness, positive emotion, gratitude, happy. Happy is the name of emotion. But well-being is more than happiness. In Indonesian, I call well-being bahagia. Happiness is gembira, ceria. Yeah. Bahagia is more than just gembira or happiness. Bahagia is, I think, well-being. Being there well. So I think, again, but I hope maybe the judiciary system can start enhancing well-being with the small activities that cheap and routine, and it's embedded in daily routine of the member of judiciary. I think.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Takwim. And lastly, Dr. Carly Skiver, please, we would like to hear your final remarks.
Well, thank you. There's so much I could say, but what I want to focus on is just how exciting I think it is that this conference is happening and that we have all the ASEAN nations coming together to share ideas, share experiences, and really take this topic and this conversation to the next level in the region. I'm so excited to learn about some of the differences that emerge in the research that will be conducted across the region. There's already the big study in Indonesia. There's a big piece happening in Singapore. No doubt more studies will happen. It'll be wonderful to learn about the differences and also to get confirmation on the similarities, because we want to continue to be able to share ideas and learn from each other as this unfolds. And I really look forward to being able to learn from all of your nations and your judiciaries on this topic that is just so close to my heart. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. And finally, we come to the end of the session. Allow me to highlight a few key points from our discussion. First is that all the speakers, I think, highlight that judicial well-being is closely linked to judicial integrity and decision-making quality. So it's require balance between individual resilience and institutional responsibility. So not only individual dimension, but also institutional dimension. And the third, I think this is also important, to normalize and openly address psychological pressures or issues challenged within the judiciary. And lastly, I think it's really important to continue exchange of experience across ASEAN. It's remain essential in strengthening the agenda. With that, I would like to thank to our distinguished speakers here and in Australia, and also all participants. And I will now return the session to the organizer.
Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Dian Rositawati. To wrap our second session, we would like to invite our moderator and our speakers to rise and take position to the front. And we will begin for the session. Also, to Dr. Scraffer. Be ready, we will take photo. One, two, three, smile. Thank you to our moderator and our speakers. You may now return to your seat, and to Dr. Schraffer, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, give some applause to the moderator and the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, now we will have around 1 hour until 1:30 p.m. for lunch break, located at the downstairs of this room. And for Honorable Chief Justice and leadership of the Supreme Court of the Republic of Indonesia, along with all VIPs, the lunch will be located at the hall in the left wing of this building.
Hadirin yang kami hormati, kini kita memasuki sesi istirahat. Kami mengundang Bapak Ibu untuk menikmati santap siang yang telah disediakan panitia penyelenggara untuk tamu VIP bertempat di Aula Pengadilan Tinggi Denpasar. Dan untuk para peserta, kami siapkan untuk santap siang di basement lantai 1 Gedung Bali Agung, yang dimana waktu selama 30 menit ke depan, yang nanti kita akan kembali untuk melaksanakan acara tepat pukul 13.30 WITA.
Also, during the lunch break, you are invited to explore and acquire authentic Balinese batik available in the lunch area downstairs at the Gallery of Dharma Yukti Karini Province. We hope you enjoy both the meal and the unique cultural offering provided.
Sambil menikmati santap siang bertempat di lantai 1 Gedung Bali Agung, Dharma Yukti Karini Provinsi Bali membuka galeri pakaian batik khas Bali sebagai buah tangan atau oleh-oleh Bapak Ibu dapat membeli untuk keluarga tercinta. Jadi kami menyiapkan Terima kasih, silakan Bapak Ibu seluruh peserta workshop dapat menikmati santap siang.
We will begin our next session shortly.
hope it's not too challenging because it's after lunchtime. And Your Excellencies, honorable judges, and distinguished participants, good afternoon. I'm Putri Wijayanti. I'm UNODC Anti-Corruption National Program Coordinator. Will be your lead facilitators for this peer learning session, and I'm truly honored to be here with you to discuss this important topic and assist the exchange of information and knowledge among you distinguished participants. And I would like to introduce and acknowledge my fellow facilitators here who will be supporting this session. First, Judge Rizkian Shah, he will supporting Group 1. Judge Selviana Purba, she will assist Group 2. Judge Andi Martuaraja, he will assist Group 3. Judge Gede Adi Wijaya, he will assist Group 4. Okay. Judge Nimade Oktimandiani, she will assist Group 5. Okay. And Judge Rizky Edi Nawawi, he will assist Group 6. Judge Aulia Ali Reza, he will assist Group 7. Ibu Astriani, she will assist Group 8. Mr. Arya Suyudi, he will assist Group 9. And Ms. Nisa Istiani will assist Group 10. And I would like to invite a big applause for my colleague facilitators. Thank you. The presentation. So the objective of this session is to provide a safe space for candid exchange and to identify practical institution approaches to strengthen judicial well-being while upholding judicial integrity, independence, and performance. And I hope this could be an exercise to release the stress and pressure you experienced and to promote judicial well-being as suggested by Chief Justice Sundaras Menon. And this discussion will follow the Chatham House rule. This means that you are free to use the information shared during the session, but you should not reveal the identity or affiliation of any speaker. This is to create a trusted environment where participants can speak openly and candidly about their experience. And the discussion will be in 20 minutes. And afterwards, I'm going to invite 4 groups to share what the summary of the discussion in the group. For each group, we'll provide 3 to 5 minutes. And after the sharing, I'm also inviting other groups to comment or maybe share similar topic that has been discussed and maybe share wisdom or experience that is relevant. And the list of questions that are going to be discussed in each group would be, scroll up. Okay. First is, what is the source of your stress? What are the most common sources of stress judges experience in your jurisdiction? For example, workload, public scrutiny, difficult cases, administrative responsibilities, or for women judges, maybe you can share the challenges that you as women experience as judges. The next question is, what is the impact on that stress to your judicial work? How these pressures affect judges' professional performance, decision-making, or personal well-being? Third question, personal resilience strategies. What is your personal strategies or habits to help managing stress and maintain balance? For example, is there any peer support, time management, or physical well-being? The fourth question is about what types of support systems currently exist in your courts, whether it's formal or informal, to help judges manage stress. And the last one, we hope you can share your experience, like what practices or approaches could be helpful for judiciaries in promoting judicial well-being. Is there any questions on the format and the questions to be discussed in the group? If there's no question, let's now proceed to begin the discussion. The time is 20 minutes. Thank you. like to invite the group number 2 to start sharing about what has been discussed in the group. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Afian from Brunei, the representative of Group 2. So in our group discussions, we have identified 4 main sources of stress, which I think the entire room can relate. The first one is the workload. The judiciary has a high workload, and we have also shared some experiences in another jurisdiction of the rise of scam cases. Because of the high workload, the rise of scam cases, there's also an increase in complicated cases nowadays. And because of the large volume of cases, and it causes one judge a lot of stress in order to dispose those cases. Additionally, this is also in regards to the high workload, is the use of e-kehakiman or e-court. There is a lot of electronic evidence uploaded into the system. However, before the electronic evidence is uploaded into the system, one particular judge has to go through the hard copies of the evidence. So one case can almost be 1,000 documents that they have to manually check one by one. And this causes a lot of stress, unnecessary stress, and causes pressure on one particular judge. Secondly is public scrutiny. Yes, we are not just copying everything there on the board. In public scrutiny, now there is a rise of viral messages. So the table feels like there's a higher public scrutiny on judicial officers. The public will put on social media that the judge is unfair. Some have also shared that they also live stream the proceedings on TikTok Live. This will inevitably distract and impact the judges. The strategy is we will try to again educate the public that you are not allowed to use your phones in court. Thirdly, and I think it's the most interesting one, is the use of black magic or supernatural to influence a judge's decision. So I have learned today that there's one particular experience where there was the use of black magic and supernatural practices. This is to influence the judge's decision. This has caused a particular judge to be confused or sleepy. The strategy, again, we are all in agreement in this table, is to pray and also to confront the perpetrator. Try to look scary and stare them down in the eyes. All right. Lastly is dealing with difficult witnesses. It's a cause of stress because it can be disruptive to the court. It slows down the progress of the trial and it's difficult to move the case. So the strategy is to be strict and recognize bad behavior in court. Some support or lessons from the unique experience is have more training on how to handle stress. I believe there's also an Indonesian Judges Association which can provide support. There's also insurance where they can also pay for your therapy if needed. There's seminars and workshops, again, to manage stress. The CJ here in particular has strong support for religious activities for all religions. I've also have a colleague who shared to have regular internal meetings where colleagues can vent and share their experiences, discuss the stress, and come up with internal policies to respond. Additionally, there's also sports day or support to do sports and also mentorship, but I think before mentorship, you should approach it with caution. Instead of getting support, you might get more work. Yes. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think I heard many similarities in groups on types of the source of the stress, and but this is the first time I heard about black magic. I also heard about the I think professional help in several groups. It's matter, and the government, or I mean like the institutional support on how to provide therapy or professional, whether it's in a house or outside, from the outside services, is important. Okay, next, I'm going to invite group 6. Join group 6. Group 6, okay.
Thank you for the moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Wangsit from the Tax Court of Indonesia. I will try to represent Group 6 to present the results of our discussions. It has been a fruitful and productive discussions in our group, and every participants were actively engaged and provide their suggestions, their experiences. So it has been my honor to represent this group. Yeah. But I will present it in less formal way, unlike the group 2. Yeah, they are more structured. I will present in less structured way. So regarding the question number 1, source of stress, we all agree that we came from different legal system. Yeah, in Indonesia we have civil law. In Malaysia and Philippines they have this common law, and Cambodia have civil law. But we all agree that the issue of well-being transcends every legal system. Yeah. Then it also the issue that every legal system or every judges in the world facing right now. With regard to the source of stress, we have various issues, but we all agree most of us have the issue of workload, yeah, workload issues, and also in particular with one of our participants, Ibu Rati, which is the head of district court. She has a particular issue because she has to be a mom and also a head of district court. This is very challenging. This is very challenging. Maybe it will be discussed in our workshop, because tomorrow we will have discussion regarding the gender issue, yeah, the issues facing by female judges. This besides workload, we also have, like the group 2 have mentioned, the public scrutiny due to the prevalent social media. Public has been, in our term, public has become the judge to the judges. Yeah, so they became judge to the judges. And one of our participants, Pa Anam, also mentioned source of issue is physical threat. Yeah, and in extreme term, like terror to the judges and the court official. For a second question, impact on judicial work, the mentioned source of issue will have impact to the judges personally, and it will also affect their decisions, their performance, and eventually the public scrutiny may affect the public trust in the judicial or judge's decision. So we have to recognize the impact on this source of stress to the judicial work. With regard to the third question, personal resilience strategy, participants have their own strategy, personal strategy, starting from like positive activities such as sport. It has been mentioned by Mr. Colin from Malaysia, also from our colleagues from Cambodia, through discussions and training, yeah. And also from Indonesian participants, personal resilience strategy For example, like discussions among judges, share experience, share knowledge. It will be one of our personal resilience strategies. With regard to the next question, institutional support, we are lucky to learn from our Malaysian counterpart that they already have this committee, although it's in infant age, yeah, because it only established in November last year. But I think that is something that we could learn, yeah, not only in Indonesia, but maybe other countries, that they already have this committee also. But Mr. Colin have provided some notes that this system should be more formalized, yeah, in the formal system, yeah, because there are issues like secrecy, yeah, and maybe this issue or the system also could be built in the more comprehensive system to provide like promotion and etc. etc. And also we learn from our Philippine counterpart that they have this mental unit and mental health assistance to provide judges to overcome their stress. Yeah. In our Indonesian counterpart, Pak Irwan mentioned some example that head of district court could provide leadership in this issue, that judges inside the district court could open to the head of district court, discuss their issues, because these issues is our issues together, not individual judges. We proceed to the next question, lessons from experience. Our Indonesian counterpart, Ibu Rati, mentioned that she already implement the policy to make her office public. Public means that every judges could come to her office to discuss any problems, any issues that they are facing, and even to some society to visit the office to acknowledge what the judges done in their office. We also agree that from experience we could organize informal activities such as sport and then togetherness and also spiritual approach, particularly in Indonesia where we have the majority of Muslim. Maybe for Muslim judges could discuss and solve their problem using the spiritual approach, or in Bali maybe using the Hindus way to solve problem. We learned last night from the philosophy of the Barong, yeah. There are deep philosophy that we could learn, yeah. I think it also involves like local wisdom, yeah, local wisdom. I think that's for sum up our discussion. Hopefully it will be beneficial, and I am thankful to all participants in our group, and hopefully it will beneficial also to other participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Group 6. It's I can think about the intense discussion about the topic. Next, I'm going to invite Group 1. I heard good things from this table. Who will we present to share?
Thank you. Berdiri ya? Halo. Ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Bima. I'm from Group 1, and I would like to present our summary of the discussion. The first question regarding the causes of stress. There are at least 5 points that we have discussed. The first one being caseloads. The second one being secondary trauma from the cases that handled by the judges. The third one being overtime, because we as the judges can also be work overtime. The fourth one being media and public pressure or scrutiny. And the last is deployment far from the home base. Because, you know, especially in Indonesia, sometimes the judge deployed far from their home base, so they became stressed because of it. The second question regarding impact on judicial work. The first one being stress brings difficulties in handling cases, obviously. And the second one being angry with the parties, you know. Just like Jerome Frank says that justice is what the judge ate for breakfast. And the third one, the third question regarding personal resilience strategies. The first one is doing hobbies. Like for me, I have two hobbies, writing and playing music. The second one being vacation, and then the third one is discussion among the judges. Biar nggak lama ya. The fourth question regarding institutional support. Maybe Patricia can elaborate on this thing because this is from Philippines. But the point is being mental health unit for the judges. So they, if they have psychological problem, this unit will help them to overcome this issue. Patricia? Oh, all of the court staff, sorry. Not only the judges, but all of the court staff. Huh? Oh yeah, and also they have summits. So the judges have summits also. And then the fifth question regarding lessons from experience. In the Philippines, yeah. Judicial Resilience Unit, Philippines kan tadi ya? Ya. Resilience Unit ya. Council atau unit? Council. Oh, mental health unit. Enggak, kan itu kan yang sebelumnya ya health unit. Yang habis itu kan. Oh yeah, okay. Lessons from experience. The Philippines have a mental health unit and they will create Judicial Resilience Unit to help judges and other staff of the court to overcome the mental health issues. And then we can also adding psychological service in the insurance for judges. So that's our answer for those 5 questions. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much. Okay, this will be the last chance for group to share. Is there any group want to voluntarily share what has been discussed in the group? Okay, that group. Give applause for the voluntary bravery. Please.
Okay, hi. For our group, Group 7, what happened is that we had a huge discussion, and it's been an ongoing discussion that, for example, in Indonesia, there's this rotation that causes a lot of grief to judges who have to rotate from province to province for 3 years to 5 years. They leave their family behind. There's a large distance between them. They can't visit all the time. And housing is a problem as well because housing is only for the judge, but not the family. So this is one thing that was said. The other thing was I think Group 1 mentioned and another group mentioned as well, the judge is not just judging, but doing admin work. And the admin work is the thing that takes a lot of time. And so it reduces the amount of time we have to write judgments. The third thing is on proficiency, whether it's the judge proficiency or the admin staff proficiency, that we don't have trained staff to be able to produce the work that we need to do, and then it adds to the judge's stress because the judge has to do it. So this seems to be actually what has been said. So I won't tell you the impact because the impact just means it's us. And then it becomes, it flows on in our judgments as well. So institutional support, I think, will be very important to change this. And this is, I think, it would be ASEAN-wide, not just Indonesia, Singapore, Philippines, Malaysia, everybody needs to take a stand and make some changes. So the changes that we discussed was, for example, for how it makes judgment time difficult, the amount of time we spend, perhaps to set aside some time for judgment writing. So you actually say, this is protected time. Don't tell me that you need to upload anything. I'm going to write my judgment. That might be one way. The rotation thing that we spoke about, one idea was that you give advance notice that 6 months later you will be rotated to some other place so that the judge can make arrangements earlier. The other thing is that perhaps it's rotation by choice. So for one rotation, a judge can say, I would like to go to A, and alternatively, I'll go to B, and if both are not, then I have no choice. You will decide where I go. But the next year, if my choice was given, next year I have no choice, you can send me to wherever, like what is being done right now. So that was some of the suggestions that we have. A third suggestion was that the husband and the wife would preferably be in the same region and not 20 hours apart. So that was another thing. Institutional support in terms of education. So the education for the judge in terms of perhaps administrative tasks, uploading things, it can be very new and evolving. So education for the judge and the administrative staff, because they too need to know. And if they can do it, then the judge doesn't have to do it and can spend more time on the cases. Health insurance. That health insurance is not just for the judge, but also for the family. It's not me, they, just say, but it's okay if Singapore wants to do it, I would also do it. No, actually, Singapore does have civil service. Housing for the judges as well is not just a housing allowance for one room, but rather, if possible, for a place enough for the judge to stay with family. Yes, that's institutional support. And lessons from experience is putting all this into practice to actually slowly build up a capability for education, for change, and for knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think I'm actually surprised with the response. I feel I've been actually amongst a very high dedication of judges, because no one ever mentioned about about the separating of personal and like work balance issue, because I can feel that all judges here are engaged and passionate in their work. So, because different with other professional culture, when they are on leave, they're on leave. But here, I can feel that all judges here feel connected to the cases. I heard about the emotional stress from the cases they handled, especially related on child sexual assault, or so I feel like I've been here amongst a very good judges. But I think we can explore like work-life balance possibility, because I think as human, judges needs their own time, their own family time. But yeah, give applause for all of us. So I try to summarize the discussion from your distinguished participants, and I can see the common stressor identified is the high caseloads, huge size of evidence, timelines, strict procedural timelines, complex cases, public and media scrutiny, especially on the rise of social media, and the administrative and managerial responsibilities, actually that beyond adjudication, but it takes a lot of time. Traumatic evidence and emotionally charged disputes, career rotation that is not supporting family well-being, and all the stress, the source of stress cause reduced concentration, decision fatigue. A group mentioned about public trust to judiciary because of the not completed review from the judges, then it creates criticism. And I also hear about the professional help. Maybe it's not exists in all jurisdiction about professional help, but I think the professional help in-house or not in-house. I heard about the concern if it's not in-house, the question about the safety of the information, how to manage the secrecy, and if it's in-house, I mean, because we want to keep the secrecy, if it's recorded, will it be impacting this career, like stigmatize a person who actually consult with a professional help within on in-house? So this kind of topics, it's not only happen in one jurisdiction, but I think this session opens our eyes that it's actually faced by most of jurisdiction, and I think more structured effort to deal with the problem is required. Okay, thank you, and I think I would like to thank you again for your thoughtful and candid contribution and the willingness to reflect on these issues collectively. It actually demonstrates the commitment of CICJ, not only to uphold the rule of law, but also to care for the people who carry that responsibility. After the break, the key insights from day one will be presented and invite participants to reflect on lessons learned and the relevance to judicial practice and institutional reform. Me, Putri Wijayanti, thank you and see you again in next session.
Our distinguished delegation and guests, now we'll have a break. You may enjoy your snack, coffee and tea that's served for you at this moment, and we will proceed to the next session at 3:30 p.m. Thank you.
Baik, sambil menunggu break, silakan Bapak Ibu peserta dapat menikmati snack, kudapan yang telah disediakan di meja masing-masing Bapak Ibu. Kita 15 menit untuk breaknya, karena nanti akan dilanjutkan untuk sesi berikutnya.
We will proceed to the next session at 3. At 3:15 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, we will commence to our next session. You may return to your seat. Thank you.
Sesi terakhir ya?
Sesi terakhir hari ini, recap ini.
Oh, recap. Ada yang edamame,
Ada yang kacang. Tadi di sana kacang panjang, pokoknya kacang temanya.
Jangan sampai di sini kita bertumbuh.
Tumbuh jadi kacang.
Ke atas ya, jangan ke samping nih ya.
Jadi kacang-kacangan gitu.
Baik, kami persilakan kepada Bapak Ibu seluruh peserta yang masih berada di luar gedung Bali Agung dipersilakan untuk memasuki ruangan karena untuk sesi selanjutnya akan segera dimulai.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are now come to final session of the day. We would like to invite Ms. Astriani from Judicial Reform Team of Supreme Court of the Republic of Indonesia to deliver the recap for day one and chair the reflection session. Please welcome Ms. Astriani.
Thank you so much, MC, Judge, Justice. Good afternoon, everyone. I will, nice to see you again, distinguished participants. So this afternoon, in 30 minutes, I will assist to create the recap of day one from our discussion. But actually, the ones that will read the recap of our discussion during the day since this morning until this afternoon will be Judge Andi Martuaraja. Judge Andi is the special staff of the Chair of the Development Chamber of the Supreme Court of Indonesia. Judge Andi, please join me. Oh. Yeah. Judge Andi will read the recap of the discussion in 10 minutes, and then we will invite the participants to give comments, in particular to share experience in their respective countries to enhance specifically what we can follow up at the end of this workshop. So today, just a reminder for you, our main topic is to see the connection of the judicial well-being and the judicial integrity, and of course also with the public trust to the judiciary. But at the end of this discussion of this day, we found that actually many aspects connected and interlinked in the judicial well-being, judicial integrity, and also the public trust to the court. And I'm glad that we have the brave to share, to express what factors that actually really influencing you as judges in performing your task to deliver justice to the society. So Judge Andi, the floor is yours for the next 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you, lead facilitator, distinguished participant. It's a great honor for me to serve as a rapporteur for today's session. My objective this afternoon is to provide a concise synthesis of the rich and constructive dialogues that we have engaged in. Over the course of our discussion, we have explored several critical perspectives and identified key thematics area that reflect our collective priority, especially in the matter of judicial well-being. In the following summary, I will outline the primary insight and the strategic recommendation proposed to guide our next step. First, could you please, okay. Judicial well-being is closely linked, I'm sorry, the first slide please. The judicial well-being is closely linked to the quality of justice. As we discussed earlier, the discussion highlight that the judicial well-being is not merely a personal matter. Psychological strain, whether due to fatigue, stress, or cognitive overload, can affect concentration, judgment, and the ability to engage fully with complex cases. In this sense, safeguarding well-being is essential to maintaining judicial integrity and public confidence in the court. Number two, judicial work involves cumulative and multidimensional pressures. Judges operate under a convergence of pressure, including increasing of workload, exposure to distressing or traumatic material, and heightening public scrutiny. These pressures are not isolated, but accumulate over time, particularly given the long-term nature of judicial careers. This cumulative effect makes judicial stress both persistent and, if unaddressed, potentially systemic. Number three, well-being. Second slide, third slide, please. Well-being must be approached as multidimensional concept. Judicial well-being cannot be reduced to mental health alone. It includes psychological, physical, social, and professional dimension, all of which interact with one another. Importantly, these dimensions are shaped by a combination of individual capacity, job design, and institutional environment, indicating the need for more holistic approach. Number four, judicial leadership and institutional culture are critical enablers. Leadership plays a decisive role in shaping how judicial well-being is understood and addressed. This includes recognizing stress as a legitimate aspect of judicial work, reducing stigma, and developing structured institutional response, such as training, support system, and organizational policies. Without leadership engagement, well-being initiatives are unlikely to be sustained. Number five, context matters in designing effective response. There's no universal model for judicial well-being. The sources of stress, as well as available resources and institutional arrangements, vary across jurisdictions. Effective strategy must therefore be tailored to local contexts, taking into account legal system, organizational structures, and socio-cultural factors. Number six, judicial well-being requires a collective and sustained effort. The session underscores that responsibility for well-being is shared. It involves individual awareness and resilience, institutional commitment, and ongoing dialogue across jurisdiction. Regional platforms such as this provide important spaces for exchanging practices and building a shared understanding of how strengthen judicial system in a sustainable way. And from peer learning session, there were several important and interesting points as well that was already discussed. The first point, that judges face multiple sources of stress, which can be categorized into internal and external factors. The second point is the impact on judges, how these pressures have serious consequences on judges' well-being. The third point is judges adopt various personal strategies to cope with these challenges, such as peer support and probably personal reflections. And the fourth point is the institutional support. Some jurisdictions have introduced structured support system to address judicial stress. In conclusion, these highlights represent the core of our discussion today and the shared vision of this group moving forward. I trust this summary capture the depth of our exchange and provide a solid foundation for our subsequent action. With that, I conclude my report. I now hand the floor back to our lead facilitator to guide us through the final reflection of the session. Thank you.
Applause for Judge Andi. Thank you so much for the recap for day one, Judge Andi. Distinguished participant, as we heard from Judge Andi, actually, in addition to the connection between the judicial well-being, judicial integrity, and the public trust, today we learn the factors that bring risks and potential damage from our, not our, because I am not a judge, but from your function, from your duty as judge to the well-being of every one of you. And the ones that I think quite strong that we learn from today's discussion is the concrete and strong example and commitment from our leadership. In particular from the speech from the CJ Sundaras Menon and also from the initiative of the Supreme Court of Indonesia to help this event, this today's event. And also actually I heard some other leadership example from other judiciary in my group, in group 8, for example, our colleagues from Malaysia also share with us the benefit to have the support, the concrete support and continuous support from the CJ to make sure that actually the stress that we have when you done your function as judge is not the weakness, so we can manage it in a more methodological manner, I think. Continuing from the last point of Judge Andi recap on the institutional support to enhance the judge well-being, I think it is. I think it will be benefiting for us if we heard from some jurisdiction that currently already on the stage of a more, what we call it, concrete form to provide the support from the institution of the judiciary to the judges. Maybe if you don't mind, we will invite the participants or the representative from the Malaysia judiciary. And the next one, because they have the Judicial Wellbeing Committee since 2025, and then the Philippines judiciary, because they, if I'm not mistaken, already have the resilience judicial unit. And then maybe from other jurisdiction to share with us something that we can exchange and we can follow up individually as the, as each of jurisdiction or collectively as members of the CACJ. Maybe Andi, would you like to help me to appoint some representative here, please?
Thank you very much. My name is Wazir. I am a judge of the Federal Court in Malaysia, and I'm also the chairman of the Judicial Wellness Committee in Malaysia. Now, whilst the issue of judicial wellness had taken center stage internationally, maybe 3-4 years ago, we had been following these developments very closely. And then last year, we decided to institutionalize our approach by forming the Judicial Wellness Committee. And our Chief Justice is very, very much in support of that initiative. That is very important because it has to start with the top leadership. All these initiatives must start with the top leadership. So that support we have gotten. And then we have come up with our blueprint for our rollout for the next in the short term as well as for the long term. And we have also engaging internationally. We had Professor Natalie Skeed come over to us in Kuala Lumpur maybe 4 months ago and address us at one of our judges conference and sharing of ideas. That's very important. You know, we have so much of resources in this room, you know, and in the ASEAN region, we can share resources and learn from one another how best to go. I have learned something from Carol here, who is from Philippines. She is a psychologist, and she told me about the governing council in Philippines on judicial wellness, which again institutionalizing the whole approach, and it is no longer to be perceived as an individual problem. It must be perceived as an institutional issue, which we must all bergabung sekali untuk mendapat satu penyelesaian. Ya. So itulah yang penting. Ya. So itulah 7 hala kami yang kami telah lakukan. Ya, terima kasih.
Thank you so much, Judge Fajril, to share with us the progress of the Judicial Wellness Committee. And we learned that you seems already communicate and cooperate with other ASEAN judiciary like Singapore and also the Philippines. So we wish that the spirit of collaboration can get expand after this workshop. So the next one, maybe we will invite the representation from the Philippines, the judiciary. Oh, Andy over there, Andy, the representative. Yeah, please use the microphone. Please say your name first.
Hello, I'm
Thank you.
Juvenal Belia from the Philippines. In our peer exchange session, we discussed a profound realization that I believe captures the spirit of our workshop. While we often look to our institution, the Supreme Court, for guidance, my new Indonesian friends, particularly Jonathan and Okti, have reminded me of a fundamental truth, that judicial resilience and wellness must start with you, the individual judge. Before we can apply the law with integrity, we must first master our own internal docket. We must recognize our own fatigue, our own biases, and our own digestion. As the apocryphal Hungry Judge study warns us, if we don't maintain our own mental and physical stamina, we risk the consistency of the justice we dispense. The Philippine model, however, personal agency alone is not enough. In the Philippines, we have realized that the institution must act as a shield for the individual. We have moved from treating wellness as a private struggle to making it a policy-driven mandate. Under our strategic plan for judicial innovation, which started in 2022 until 2027, we have institutionalized wellness through 3 specific pillars. First, we have the Governing Council for Mental Health. This provides high-level oversight and ensures that judicial well-being is a governance priority, backed by clear strategic direction. Second, we have a mental health unit, which is a permanent administrative home within the court that provides professional support for vicarious trauma and burnout, ensuring that help is a professional right, not a favor. And thirdly, we have regional mental health summits, and our recent national summit in Butuan City in Mindanao serves a platform to directly address the stigma of mental health. By bringing these conversations into light, we are teaching our judges that acknowledging stress is a mark of professional competency, not a sign of judicial weakness. To conclude, the lesson that I take back to my court in Quezon City in the Philippines is that judicial integrity is a biological and psychological constant. The Indonesian insight gives us that stamina to start the journey, but the Philippine model, the Governing Council and the Mental Health Unit, provides the armor that allows us to finish it. By merging personal resilience with the institutional governance, we ensure that the scales of justice are held by steady, resilient hands across the ASEAN region. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the generous sharing from the representation of the Philippine judiciary. So during the discussion, I observed that at least 2 judiciary already provide the mental health unit or professional support for their judges. In addition to the Philippines, we know that we also heard from the colleagues from the Singapore that the Supreme Court also provide that kind of service for their judges. So we still have like 8 minutes to enhance or to enrich our result of the discussion today. If any other countries or jurisdiction would like to share, so we will give the floor to them. Anyone, Mas Andi? Yeah.
Thank you. All right, afternoon everyone. So just on behalf of the group, I think some of the things that we spoke about during our discussion that we haven't yet had a chance to share
Excuse me, maybe you can help us with saying your name and your judiciary first.
Yes, so I'm Yanjin from Singapore. So just on behalf of my table, there was one other point that came up in our discussions that I think hasn't been mentioned in the discussion so far. And so I just thought to add that, which is that even if the individual is well able to manage the sources of judicial stress, another source of stress might lie in how the sources of stress themselves affect the people around you. So for example, the example that was given was where there's public pressure or public commentary on cases. Even if the individual judge might be able to withstand that for himself, he might worry about how it might affect his family or his loved ones. And equally, for example, for things like workload, even if the workload is something that the individual judge is well able to manage, he might worry about the effect that that might have on his family. So that sort of relational aspect of judicial stress could then be another source of stress, even if one adopts very good personal resilience techniques. So that was just one other aspect that our group discussed that I thought might be worth highlighting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You wish that institutional support will also exist when judge experiencing threat by public commentaries in one of your points. We also, I think, have that kind of observation in the discussion in group 8. So we already take the notes to complete our recap for day 1. We still have 9 minutes. If any other, or someone from the left wings, from the left wing? Okay. So maybe we can conclude the day 1. Applause for all of you. Thank you so much, and we're waiting for the additional from the discussion in the day 2 tomorrow. Hopefully, what being mentioned by the CJ Sunarto to have some solid recommendation to be followed up by each of the judiciary or collectively by all of us under the CSJ can we achieve tomorrow. Thank you, good afternoon, and have a rest good day in Denpasar.
Thank you, Ms. Astriani and Judge Andy. You may now return to your seat. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we have had productive meeting and now the first day of the workshop has come to its conclusion. After this, you have free time and there will be transportation provided for you to return to your hotel. We will see you again tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. sharp here in Denpasar High Court. And before we end our workshop today, we will invite you for photo session. The photo session will be conducted in groups, so we kindly ask each group to be prepared and take turns coming forward for group photo session.
Baik Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, sebelum kami akhiri untuk kegiatan workshop hari ini, kami isi dengan sesi foto bersama. Nanti itu sesi foto kami akan panggil sesuai pembagian grup. Dimohon Bapak Ibu untuk setiap grup mempersiapkan diri. Silakan untuk tim dokumentasi bersiap-siap, kita akan ada sesi foto untuk diawali dari sesi foto grup pertama.
To group 1.
Baik, disilakan.
You may be prepared for photo session. Okay. You may give some pose for the photo session. 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, once again. 3, 2, 1, smile. Thank you.
Baik, selanjutnya untuk sesi foto untuk grup kedua, disilakan untuk ke depan.
For group 2, you may proceed to the front for photo session. Three, two, one, smile.
Terima kasih untuk grup kedua. Selanjutnya foto sesi untuk grup ketiga, dipersilakan.
To group 3, you may proceed to the front for photo session.
Baik, silakan ambil posisi, pandangan ke arah kamera, 3, 2, 1. Baik, selanjutnya untuk grup keempat, silakan untuk maju ke depan untuk sesi foto.
To group 4, you may proceed to the front for photo session.
Baik, silakan pandangan ke arah kamera, 3, 2, 1. Smile.
Everyone smile. 3, 2, 1.
Baik, dilanjutkan dengan grup kelima, dipersilakan untuk ke depan.
To group 5, you may proceed to the front to take some photos.
Baik, disilakan untuk grup kelima. Bersiap-siap, pandangan ke arah kamera. Baik, bersiap-siap, pandangan ke arah kamera. Bu Dewi, senyum yang paling cantik. 3, 2, 1. Baik, dilanjutkan dengan grup ke-6. Silakan untuk sesi foto.
Okay, the next turn will be to group 6. To group 6, you may proceed to the front for a photo session.
After group 6, we will invite the group 7. So please be ready.
Baik, dilanjutkan untuk grup ke-7, disilakan untuk ke depan untuk sesi berfoto.
To group 7, you may proceed to the front to get some photos.
Baik, disilakan untuk grup 7. Iya, ada Ibu Iva. Baik, disilakan grup ke-7, pandangan ke arah kamera. 3, 2, 1.
Once again, 3, 2, 1.
Baik, dilanjutkan dengan sesi grup ke-8. Foto bersama, silakan.
To group 8, you may proceed to the front for photo session.
Baik, silakan untuk grup 8. Ya, diatur posisinya supaya di tengah-tengah background. Baik, silakan pandangan ke arah kamera. 3, 2, 1. Baik, selanjutnya. Oke, masih. Once again. Satu kali lagi. Baik, dilanjutkan untuk grup ke-9.
To group 9, you may proceed to the front for photo shoot.
Silakan untuk posisi biar diingat belakang background. Baik, untuk yang terakhir, grup ke-10, disilakan.
To group 10, you may proceed to the front for photo session.
Baik, ini
Give
grup
your
terakhir,
best
silakan
smile.
untuk grup ke-10. Ya. Grup ke-10 silakan. Bapak Ibu yang nanti mau berfoto bersama, dipersilakan nanti mungkin tidak akan kita arahkan dari MC. Silakan nanti di akhir acara Bapak Ibu mungkin ada sesi foto dengan pengadilannya masing-masing, nanti tidak diarahkan oleh MC. Iya, karena kami telah menyiapkan untuk persiapan Bapak Ibu untuk menuju ke hotel ya.
After this, ladies and gentlemen, you have free time and there will be transportation provided for you to return to your hotel in the front of High Court. We will see you again tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. sharp here in Denpasar High Court. Thank you and please enjoy the rest of the evening. Don't forget to enjoy Bali.
Demikian kegiatan workshop untuk hari pertama telah berakhir. Setelah ini Bapak Ibu memiliki waktu senggang untuk menikmati keindahan Pulau Bali dan beristirahat, dan kita akan berjumpa kembali esok hari pada pukul 08.00 WITA bertempat di Gedung Bali Agung Pengadilan Tinggi Denpasar. Untuk mengikuti kegiatan pada hari kedua, kami telah menyiapkan kendaraan Bapak Ibu untuk mengantarkan ke hotel. Telah disediakan bertempat